Hola amigos, ¿cómo están? Bueno, aquí estoy haciendo este video. Vamos a entrar un momentico aquí a lo que es el evento de Cardano, el Cardano Summit que hay. Vamos a ver de qué se trata, pero lo interesante es que aquí estoy viendo la entrada, ¿no? Cómo es todo el entorno acá para poder entrar. Vamos a ver qué están hablando. Es un evento que va a ser largo, un evento que van a estar comentando muchísimas cosas de Cardano, pero vamos a entrar a alguna de las charlas, alguna de las salas aquí de estas para ver de qué se trata. Vamos a ver si se están conectando algunos por ahí y van viendo. Déjenme entrar primero a la sala para que podamos ver un poco sobre eso. Déjenme cambiar acá un momento. Voy a ajustar acá el audio. Déjenme chequear si está escuchando correctamente. Creo que sí. Sí. Hola, 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 hola. 1, 2, 1, 2. Sí, se escucha bien. Ok, voy a entrar. Entonces vamos a entrar a la sala para ver. Me dice que tengo que controlar. Esto es súper, súper creativo, ¿no? Acá te piden que te controles acá el avatar que te vas creando, que dice dónde estás conectado, y vamos a ver entrar. Hay que entrar supuestamente esto que es como un portal, ¿no? Está súper chévere. Vamos a ver qué pasa. Aquí yo creo que me deja. Vamos a entrar. A ver qué pasa acá. Sigo entrando. Aquí está la que está ocurriendo. Ah, bueno, aquí está la cara, ¿no? De acá, de Cardano. O sea, de los desarrolladores. Vamos a ver qué más sale aquí. Vamos a ir caminando con el muñequito. Está interesante, está súper creativo esto, que es como un juego. Para que la gente interactúe un poco, ¿no? Antes de lo que entrar a la conferencia. Hay diferentes acá. Si nos movemos un poco aquí. Vamos a ver qué nos sale acá en esta parte. No creo que saque mucho acá. Pero es interesante que pone esto como si fuese un juego. Bueno, acá está, comenta acerca de utilidad. Este de acá es acerca de utilidad. Vamos a ver los otros de qué habla. Este es acerca de utility. La otra ya es de catalyst. Pone ya de catalyst. Vamos a ver si por acá hay alguna otra. Es interesante, si están conectados ahí, déjenme saber en los comentarios si están conectados al evento. Vamos a ver un poco aquí, a ver este otro portal que hay acá. Es como un portal. Vamos a entrar aquí a ver. Un poco lento, ahora la computadora está un poco lenta. Leyendo acá si están comentando. Déjenme ver por acá. Vamos a ver cuál entramos. A ver, el otro es el Catalyst. Vamos a ver este último acá de qué se trata. Adoption. La otra interesante es adopción. Entonces sí, vamos a ver cuál entramos. Esta es la principal que está ocurriendo ahora.
It's going to be fun. Thank you guys. It's also been a personal pleasure of mine to work with you guys. You know,
esta es la principal que está ocurriendo ahora, que es la que estaban hablando. Está un poco lento mi internet, parece un poquito. A ver, se colgó un poco esto ahora. Acá abajito te pone información, ¿no? Información. Me pone el key announcement de 11:45 a 12:20. Es la. Déjeme compartir el sonido de acá. Del tab, creo que no estaba compartido el sonido. Ah, sí, está activado el sonido. Vamos a ver qué más nos sale acá. Bueno, aquí este es el keynote que pone, es el de 11:45 a 12:20, son los 2:18. Charles Hopkins, voy a estar hablando. Jerry Fragstone, y aquí dice, estamos anunciando el Landmark Partnership, o sea, una colaboración que trae al mundo de las comunicaciones, el mundo global de las comunicaciones y el blockchain together, o sea, que va a unir al mundo de las comunicaciones y la blockchain. Esta es la primera colaboración de este tipo, buscando el desbloqueo significativo del valor para los negocios de telecomunicaciones y que los clientes puedan tener la opción de Cardano. Aquí te ponen los attendees, te ponen las personas que están conectadas, Adrián, Álvaro. Bueno, aquí te ponen todas las personas que están conectadas al Summit. Eso está súper interesante. Acá en el chat, vamos a ver si sale un chat. Las personas pueden estar hablando. Ok, vamos a poner aquí, hi. Vamos a escribir algo en el chat. Y entonces vamos a ver acá. Esta es la principal que está acá. Ya luego de eso, acá nos pone como un calendario. Creo que aquí podemos ver los eventos. Aquí podemos ver los eventos que se van desarrollando. Creo que la hora que se va a desarrollar y demás así. Vamos a hacer un poco más grande para que ustedes puedan ver acá. A ver acá el diseño de pantalla completa. Dice bienvenido. Ok. El main stage va a estar de 11 a 11:45. La bienvenida. El opening keynote. Luego va a estar acá. Vamos a ver. Después de eso tenemos desde las 12. Keynote announcement a las 12. Después de 12:20. Ok, a 2:30,
Tim,
announcement,
pleasure to be here.
building,
Absolutely. So Chainlink is actually the
building a new
largest
partnership
decentralized
ecosystem. Este es para ver el ecosistema que se va a estar armando, después de buena acá información. Acá están las otras conferencias, utilidad, vamos a querer utility. Vamos a entrarle hasta acá, a ver qué nos pone, que es la que está en main stage. Vamos a entrar este de acá, de main stage, 2:20 a 2:30. Es bien corto este, vamos a darle join session. Vamos a ir hacia ese. A ver, supuestamente me está uniendo, no sé si se unió. No, está dando un error.
users. And we actually power
No, creo que está yendo un poco lento acá.
verifiable randomness. So this is on-chain verifiable randomness, which
El
is very
internet está
useful
yendo un poco lento.
in areas like gaming and NFTs. And another product we've recently launched called Keepers. So this provides automation and smart contract maintenance services, very popular in the
Vamos a ver acá un momento.
DeFi space as
Si me
well.
deja entrar, conectarme directamente, porque creo que no me dejó.
Smart contract services to users, so they can then build highly
Ok, building a new
user-centric
partnership
and
ecosystem. Bueno, supuestamente estoy conectado ahí. ¿Sí o no? A ver. O no me deja conectarme. Creo que se pausó esto.
full provided way. And
Ok,
this can
acá
really be
puedo ver en
provided
pantalla
via
completa, ¿no?
advanced smart
Aquí
contracts.
se ve un poco
And we
mejor.
really want to extend out what blockchains and smart contracts can do across a whole range of industries and across
Bueno,
a
aquí
whole
está hablando un
range of
poco acerca
platforms.
de lo que
And
son
our broader
las...
vision, which we
Vamos a bajarle
hope
un
to
poquito el
achieve,
volumen a esto de acá.
I assume many years from now, is really to kind of focus on building an open source standard for how this type of cryptographic truth can enable blockchains and smart contracts to actually make useful applications for the
Está
world.
hablando un poco
So to
acerca
bring
de la
it to life a
importancia, ¿no?
little
de
bit,
los
in
smart
terms of the
contracts
areas
en
that I
lo que
mentioned
es
earlier,
el ecosistema
when
de
I mentioned
Cardano
that
que va a
ability to bring
traer.
off-chain data securely onto any blockchain. This can happen via any type of data feed. Crypto price feeds is just the beginning. It can enable connections with payment systems and so on and so forth. But one example that might be quite useful is in the area of parametric insurance. So we work with a number of interesting fintech startups that are trying to enable
Bueno, aquí está hablando un
parametric
poco
insurance in
acerca
sub-Saharan Africa.
de algunos
One of the
ejemplos que se
key
pueden
data
usar con el
inputs
tema de los smart
required
contracts.
for those parametric insurance contracts is highly secure, verifiable, and robust weather data for those to activate those particular parametric insurance contracts. So that's just
Vamos a
one
buscar
example.
un
There's a
tema que
whole
sea un poquito más
range of
interesante.
other
Vamos a buscar
really
acá.
interesting data that we hope to bring to platforms like Cardano, so you can build, your users can build really interesting applications on top of that data. The second key area as well is enabling cross-chain interoperability, and this is really a framework for
Vamos a buscar otro aquí.
enabling
Algo que
bridges
se me Vamos a ver acá de nuevo
between
el.
different chains. And so this is something that we hope to collaborate with,
Vamos a buscar acá
with
de
the
nuevo
Cardano
lo que
ecosystem
es
as well. And really what
en
it's about is
utilidad, impacto. A ver. Comunidad, Catalyst Schema, Raising the Bar on Fan Engagement. Ok, vamos a entrar a este acá de utilidad.
and so on, but also for the collaborative nature.
Vamos a entrar a este acá de utilidad.
Cardano obviously has had a extended period.
Hay mucha gente en esta acá, a ver. 2:20, 2:30.
They are coming together of what is a very highly technically able and powerful platform like Cardano, and also bringing together Chainlink.
A ver qué hay acá de 2:20. ¿Por qué no sale la información acá?
Is a non-trivial matter. So, I always like to say that when we interact and when we complete an integration with a particular chain, it's a very high hurdle to meet. We have very high security, reliability, and scalability standards for every integration that we do. And so just as a mental model for folks in the Cardano ecosystem to imagine what we're trying to build here.
Sí, está dando un poco lento esto.
In terms of an integration. Firstly, an important point to kind of note. I think the second point that's really quite important as well in terms of our collaboration is that Cardano has a whole range of unique features that have been built, obviously for very specific reasons, but that.
Okay, aquí lo que estamos comentando un poco es acerca de lo que es todo el ecosistema, ¿no? De que quieren construir un ecosistema donde haya muchos partnerships, donde se puede ofrecer a través de todo lo que es el ecosistema de Cardano, de lo que es la tecnología, ¿no? De los smart contracts, que puedan ofrecer todo ese ecosistema para que se sumen todas las más proyectos.
Between Cardano and Chainlink. And so what users can expect when this is ready, and we'll obviously provide updates as things progress, but really a two-stage process. The first is a testnet that will be made open to users to particularly deploy in a safe testnet.
Okay, lo primero que van a lanzar es un testnet para eso, luego el mail.
Start to figure out how those add value to the dApps that they're building. And secondly, once mainnet integration launched, what is very likely.
Luego van a lanzar un lanzamiento de integración, ¿no? Donde ya pues esté integrado y muestren cómo sería. Y aquí sería, bueno, que están mencionando cómo integraría Chainlink a lo que es el ecosistema de Cardano. A ver, creo que se la guía un poco esto acá. No sé por qué no me está dejando moverme a otros.
Range of crypto price feed.
Ok, bueno, el OSI 20, OSI 30 es lo mismo, están como anunciando en todos acá van a estar anunciando acerca de esto, ¿no? Lo de Chainlink, pero no sé por qué está dándome error esto de acá. Vamos a ponerlo más grande. Parece que se cuelga un poco el ecosistema este. Vamos a apagar esto para que no se... No se cuelgue mucho esto. Bueno, no sé qué pasó acá. Creo que se colgó un poco esto. Sí, parece que está un poquito colgado acá la página. No carga del todo bien. No sé si es mi internet o será que está congestionado eso, pero está cargando un poco lento. Vamos a ver si voy a cargar esto. Vamos a darle nuevo acá. Vamos a abrirlo. Vamos a volver a abrir acá y que cargue. Pues aquí está cargando. Vamos a ver. Está un poco lento esto acá. Bueno, aquí estaba compartiendo lo que estaban anunciando este horario de hasta las 12:30 horas, nos queda un minuto solamente, es de la integración de Chainlink en lo que es el ecosistema Cardano, todos los beneficios que traería, las integraciones que se puede hacer, los casos, ¿no? Los casos que se pueden dar, ¿no? Las integraciones que se pueden dar a través de todo esto, los smart contracts. Vamos a ver que siguen comentando. No sé por qué está un poco lento esto. Creo que ahora no está en nada. A ver. Vamos a intentar cambiar. Vamos a entrar aquí a otro, porque ya son las 12:29. Si pinchamos acá, esto es lo que sale. Vamos a entrar aquí donde dice utilidad. Vamos a entrar a utility, a ver si nos deja entrar acá. No me deja. Join session, vamos a entrar a este de acá. Ok, está comenzando este de acá. Bueno, este de acá dice que es Atla Pris. empoderando el poder la confianza de la economía, ¿no? Aquí dice que Atlas Prince es una solución de segunda capa que puede añadir capacidades a Cardano, en este caso, identidad y mantenimiento, añadir identidad mientras mantiene funcionalidades del protocolo underline, del protocolo underline protocol, del protocolo de abajo. Aprende acerca de Prims, un nuevo partnership, o sea, una nueva adición y un programa pionero en Cardano. Vamos a ver de qué se trata. Vamos a hacerle zoom acá.
What is the Tala Prism? The Tala Prism is IOHK's self-sovereign identity solution that's built on top of the Cardano blockchain. And it's going to enable
Está súper lento.
use cases, some of which I'll discuss today. The Tala Prism product suite consists of 4 different applications. First, there's a smart card, which is a low-cost smart card for receiving, storing, and sharing credentials for those that don't own a phone. A mobile application, Android and iOS, that allow users to receive, store, and share their verifiable credentials. A management console, which is a web-based platform that will allow organizations to easily create, issue, and verify digital identities and credentials. And along with the management console, a browser wallet, which is a browser-based extension, which will manage DIBs and authorize credential issuance.
No sé por qué
The
está tan lento
platform
esto.
itself consists of a number of layers. The SDKs has functionality for 3 different use cases: decentralized identity, verifiable
Está
credentials.
súper lento esto, no sé por qué. Vamos a dar una reiniciada a ver.
Sign-in processes.
Ok.
Built-in privacy will give users full control of how their identity is
Vamos a ver
shared.
si podemos entrar acá.
It's a rigorous peer-reviewed identity and zero-knowledge group academic research.
Ok, bueno, aquí está hablando un poco acerca de esto que no, que es este sistema, este nuevo proyecto, el Prism, que está uniéndose a Cardano.
Cost savings can also be achieved.
Administración de datos, seguridad, mantenimiento control.
There'll be a reduced risk of fraud as we're going to be using decentralized identities. There'll be no login IDs and passwords to steal and reuse. So what's the value of a Tala Prism for governments? There's going to be a reduced cost to serve.
Ok, acá dice, bueno, aquí pone cuáles son algunos beneficios de este protocolo. Se dice acá,
A reduced cost of fraud against citizens,
costo reducido,
including police recorded fraud prevention and response.
el costo del fraude reducido, experiencia de usuario optimizado y valor de citizen value generated. Dice
Value
aquí.
generated with less time spent verifying and authenticating, managing documents.
Vamos a ver de qué se trata esto, ¿no?
A Tala Prism will also power government's digital transformation. So based on industry reports, digital identity can offer 13% of the GDP uplift by 2030 and bring economic value of $11 billion per annum. There have been existing government initiatives.
Vamos a ver acá un momentito qué es la información que dice.
Digital government services, for example, Estonia. The first is just announced. We have a deal with telecom provider Dish to provide verified digital identity to the user base. In Tanzania, we're going to be working with World Mobile Chain to provide decentralized identities to mobile users, allowing them to access banking and other financial services, such as microloans. In the Republic of Georgia, we're working with the Ministry of Education to build a blockchain-based digital identity system for allowing university students to receive verifiable education credentials when they graduate. And in Ethiopia, we're going to create the first government-endorsed digital identity solution for 5 million students. So now let's talk about the Atala Prism Pioneer Program. I'm very excited to introduce this. This will allow developers and organizations to build identity solutions or integrate identity into your Cardano app. It will allow access to highly interactive training and a certification program. And there will be funding available to bring your ideas to life via Project Catalyst. So you can now go to atalaPrism.io/pioneers and register your interest today. For the Prism Pioneer program, you'll be able to use the SDK toolkit. Now, the SDK toolkit, as I said, consists of modules that provide all the necessary functionality to deal with cryptographic primitives, identities, and credentials. The crypto module provides those primitives for cryptography. The identity module includes information to work with DIDs, and the credential module allows you to create verifiable credentials. The SDK toolkit will support the following platforms: JVM, Android, iOS, and web. The SDK will also support interaction with the Cardano blockchain. There's going to be a detailed tutorial and extensive walkthrough of how to integrate the SDK into your application in the supported platforms. So now we're going to have Lars, our Director of Education, who's going to give a brief overview of the program and the key course takeaways.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lars Brunjes. I am the Director of Education at Input Output, and I will be teaching the Prism Pioneer program. And in that program, you will learn all the important concepts and techniques to interact with Prism. So to create
Bueno, acá está comentando un poco acerca de que es Prism,
create certificates and share them and check them.
cómo crear certificados,
And I
compartirlos.
just ran 2 iterations of the Plutus Pioneer program, where I
Participó
taught
en el programa de
Plutus to thousands of pioneers, and that was highly successful. And therefore, I intend to run the Prism Pioneer program in a similar format. So there will be weekly lectures that are pre-recorded. There will be a Discord channel for discussions and questions and support.
Para dar apoyo,
And there will be weekly Q&A sessions.
van a haber sesiones semanales de preguntas y
ask me live
respuestas
questions and I'll do my
acerca del
best to
proyecto,
answer
¿no?
them. And as with the Plutus Pioneer program, I hope that
Al
we
igual
will
que con el
also
programa de
support
Pluto,
each other. So I was very
puedan
pleased
darse
to see
apoyo
that a lot
mutuo.
of the questions that came up in Discord didn't even have to be answered by myself or my team, because pioneers were very friendly and very helpful to each other and often
Bueno, vamos a ver en sí de qué se trata, ¿no? De qué se trata este Prism, si entendemos mejor, porque se acuerda que estos eventos son un poco más techy, son un poco más técnicos, y no todo el mundo lo podemos entender.
Sessions, Discord channel, and then together we'll explore the possibilities of Prism and try all the important workflows with digital identity certificates. So,
bueno, sobre todo parece que es un protocolo para identidad digital y certificaciones.
See you then. Thank you.
Vamos a ver qué más mencionan acá.
Atala Prism for developers and partners. It's going to give a reduced cost to serve with lower transaction fees on the Cardano blockchain.
Ya va a proveer, aquí lo que dice es que The Atlas Prism SDK consiste de módulos que proveen todas las funcionalidades necesarias para lidiar con Primitive Cryptographic, no sé a qué se refiere ese término, vamos a buscar un poco acá. A ver a qué se refiere con Primitive Cryptographics.
An Africa Fund with details to follow on that. Let's just
Vamos a ver qué más mencionan.
opportunities that are available in Project Catalyst. So in Catalyst, the Cardano
Aquí están hablando acerca de las oportunidades de financiamiento.
Treasury finances the best ideas for building a global blockchain.
Dice que el próximo financiamiento, la ronda de financiamiento de Atlas Prism, tuvo una adopción, una adopción masiva y ofreció 500,000 disponibles en ADA. Bueno, acá te dice que bueno, si quieres financiar, si quieres ayudar, ¿no?
Let's talk about a
Contribuir,
Prism
puedes
and
registrarte en
how it's
esa
interesting in
página.
the wider Cardano ecosystem. Again, Prism is a layer 2 solution that's built on top of Cardano, and it provides additional functionality, namely identity.
Bueno, acá menciona que es una solución de segunda capa de Cardano, ¿ok? Está Cardano, bueno, y debajo de Cardano como segunda capa está Atlas Prisma.
As an example of enhancing the Cardano ecosystem, let's just take the
¿Cómo puede funcionar? Vamos a ver cómo que menciona
The
acá.
biggest problem that dApp developers have is providing their legitimacy. So a Tala Prism will allow
Acá lo que dice es que, bueno, uno de los principales problemas que tienen los desarrolladores es comprobar su legitimidad, ¿no? De los proyectos que hacen.
automatic, manual, and formal certification. It will allow verified dApp reviews, ratings, and comments.
Esto lo que este proyecto lo que va a hacer es permitir a los desarrolladores que puedan verificar sus proyectos, incluso los dApps, las aplicaciones que hagan.
Let's then talk about another instance of RealFi. In this instance, I'm going to talk about.
Acá estamos mostrando un ejemplo real, un ejemplo de cómo funcionaría. Aquí dice RealFi use case.
Agricultural Transformation
Smallholder
Agency,
farmer.
ITA, could implement an e-voucher solution for small farmers.
Esto es como una solución, ¿no? Como de verificación de una aplicación ya en funcionamiento, un caso de uso.
A smart card can then be
Vamos a acá la aplicación, dice enroll a new user, verificar credenciales, escaneando smart card. Vamos a ver cómo se integraría esto y cómo lo hacen a través de la red de Cardano.
And the cooperatives can easily verify the farmer's identity, ensuring that their requests are legitimate before allowing farmers to redeem those vouchers. So in summary, how can Prism increase Cardano's ecosystem? First, by enablement, offering participants an end-to-end experience, including training and certification, and a go-to-market support via a marketplace. Growing, leveraging the funding via Catalyst, the fee fund, and an upcoming Africa fund. It will allow to grow the ecosystem. Differentiating, we're going to enable payments and governance to enable those RealFi use cases. Standardization, democratizing our technology.
Bueno, acá estoy explicando un poco sobre cómo cómo va creciendo el ecosistema de Cardano, ¿no? Vamos a ponerlo acá. Dice que permite hacer crecer, diferenciar, estandarizar y adoptar. ¿Y cómo sería este partnership estratégico que harían ellos? Vamos a ver. Hasta ahora se vio ese caso de uso que dieron de cómo verificar, ¿no? Ok, IOC se está uniendo a Aquant, que es una plataforma líder global de identidad, ¿no? O sea, todo lo que están haciendo acá en este proyecto como tal de Prisma es para verificación de identidad y los desarrolladores puedan verificar más fácilmente la identidad de sus dApps, como pusieron ese ejemplo, ¿no? De esa aplicación que pusieron ahí, de supuestamente algo de una granjera que pueda verificar su identidad. Ok. Y ya como el KS, ¿no? Que sabemos que el know your customer, que es todo eso que hacen los exchanges y demás para verificar la identidad. Y aquí vamos a ver qué dice acá.
Very excited to tell you about Akin and our partnership with Input, Output, and Prism.
Recordemos que estos eventos siempre son un poquito techy, son un poquito más complicados de entender porque no todos tenemos o no conocemos. Yo, por ejemplo, no conozco mucho los términos que trabajan.
That enable our clients and partners to evaluate individuals and businesses and assess whether they can be trusted or not.
Pero acá todo este ecosistema de Prism lo que está proveyendo es eso, de a través de la red Cardano que puedan implementarlo y trabajar en base a lo que es los KYC, la verificación de identidad. Lo han creado para, permitir que se pueda verificar la identidad de las personas más fácil, los usuarios.
We truly believe that understanding identities and whether they can be trusted or not is fundamental for fairness in how individuals and businesses access to all kinds of services. This is one of the many reasons.
Lo que hace es eso, verificar, ¿no? la confiabilidad de los usuarios y demás, y todo eso se va a integrar a través de la red de Cardano.
In creating technologies that have a positive social impact. The fundamental concepts that are built within the Cardano blockchain align very well with our principles of democratization.
Y aquí lo que mencionan un poco es que todo
Blockchain is not new to us.
o sea,
It
todos
started from the
los
cryptocurrency industry
los fundamentos de
back in
Cardano,
2013.
de todo el
Today,
ecosistema que está
Icon
creado,
technology
los
powers 40%
desarrolladores y demás,
of the banks in the
se alinean bien
United
con
States that support
su
crypto businesses.
con su protocolo
And our
de
KYC and
compañía,
anti-money
¿no? O con la
laundering
forma,
technology
la
supports
ideología que tiene la
close to
compañía.
100 blockchain-based businesses, including more than 50 digital currency exchanges worldwide. We're thrilled to be powering a part of a talent.
Acá lo que dice, bueno, es que han trabajado ya con otros exchanges, igualmente con el tema de los KYC, y que están encantados de trabajar y integrarse en esto de la red de Cardano.
Initially, we'll be providing our world-class KYC, include our patented electronic DNA.
Van a estar proveyendo, ¿no? el sistema de KYC.
And in the near future, we'll provide seamless access to our entire portfolio of anti-money laundering and fraud prevention solutions.
Y primero van a empezar solamente con el KYC y luego van a estar añadiendo más sistemas como el de anti-lavado de dinero, todos esos sistemas de verificación de identidad que tienen ellos implementados.
Furthermore, the technologies of today will not be sufficient for tomorrow. We want our partners to be confident that we.
Y aquí lo que dice, bueno, es que la tecnología de hoy día no va a ser suficiente para lo que se viene adelante, así que van a estar trabajando, están implementando más información.
Using blockchain in areas such as finance, supply chain, digital identity, education, energy.
Y bueno, que ven, ¿no? el futuro del uso de blockchain en cadena de suministro, en seguridad, en educación. Y aquí es lo que proveen ellos con este proyecto. Dice, Verified Entity Credential will enable access to third-party services. Okay, un credencial de verificación de identidad va a permitir acceso a aplicaciones de terceros o servicios de terceros. Aquí vemos el ejemplo, ¿no? del KYC, la verificación de KYC, que es lo más común que tenemos en los exchanges centralizados y demás. Vamos a ver un poco más que mencionan acá. Acá, bueno, veo que hay 3 personas conectadas. Gracias por estar acá. Si pueden dar cualquier comentario ahí, los voy a estar leyendo. Vamos a ver qué más mencionan un poco por acá. Creo que van a poner un video o algo así. Aquí están poniendo un ejemplo de cómo sería. Aquí, bueno, el proceso que tenemos, como conocemos comúnmente el KS, ¿no? Escaneas el documento. La parte trasera del documento la escanea. Y vemos qué pasa. Esto es como un ejemplo que están poniendo de una aplicación que ya se está trabajando, ¿no? Ahí captura la foto, el selfie, que siempre vemos en el tema de los KS.
Once this is processed, the user then will be asked to confirm the attributes are correct. If so,
ahí le sale la información para confirmar que la información es correcta.
It's signed on the Cardano blockchain.
A ver qué más.
Issued to the user.
Ahí ya le sale el cartel, está verificado la identidad supuestamente.
Profile attributes such as the name and date of birth are also updated based on the document.
Ahí le sale la información.
The user will then receive a notification when the credential is received in the app. The user can
vamos a ver qué pasa con esto, ¿no? Sí, ¿qué más funcionalidad tiene esto? Oh, ya. Entonces esa verificación de identidad se haría a través de la blockchain, estaría esa información, pero ¿cómo sería? No entiendo mucho esta parte ahora.
And that's the end of the presentation.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Bueno, acá lo que estaba mencionando es eso. Entonces, como tal, es toda esa integración para la verificación de identidad, ¿no? Vamos a ver qué otro hay acá. Vamos a ver leer el schedule que hay, el horario, el timetable que hay, para ver qué otro tema de interés que podamos ver. Esta es utilidad. Vamos a leer acá. Vamos a ver acá un momentito. Vamos a buscar aquí en el horario, calendario que hay aquí. En utilidad. Entonces, aquí está. De 12:30 a 12:50, Atlas. Y hasta la 1:10, entonces, es que no viene el Bridgetown to Multi-Chain World. O sea, va a haber esto sería la 1:10, todavía nos falta un poco para eso. Vamos a ver qué hay otro de acá. Hasta las 12:50 es Voltaire en esto de gobernanza. Creo que ya se acabó. De 12:30 a 12:55. Vamos a ver este de acá. A ver qué mencionan de África. Vamos a ver si podemos irnos a este. Nos quedan 5 minutos de este de acá. En Impact. Vamos a ver qué sale.
We just need to, we need to work more on that.
Vamos a entrar en este de aquí. A ver.
Maybe you want to tell people a little
Cuelga un
bit more
poquito esto.
about the Cardano Summit event that you're going to be hosting in Addis Ababa, 25th of September, which is probably where anyone's watching this. So yeah, please, just maybe if you can talk a
Sí,
little
se
bit
cuelga
more
un
about what
poquito,
you
se cuelga un
guys are
poquito la
doing,
página a veces en
in Addis
internet.
to sort of support this
Pero bueno,
event.
aquí este era
I
sobre
think
el
it's exciting,
recuerden que siempre
time.
Cardano ha tenido
We had like the
tenido
Cardano
ese
Africa
impacto en
special.
África, ¿no? Tuvo ese
I
tiempo,
think I'm
esa
sure
iteración
some
que hubo
people
antes de
still
Cardano,
remember,
el uso de Cardano en África y
what
demás.
happened last time, the
Vamos a
big
ver.
Ethiopian announcement. I think it's still fresh memory.
Oh,
So I
se
think
colgó
it's
esto.
going to be continuity of that. And now we have the incubation program we're going to do as a catalyst in community activities. So it's time to tell, like,
Ok,
our
bueno, aquí
friends,
lo que nos
like,
pone es que
we're gonna,
África is uniquely
we're gonna
positioned to be
host
central hub for
this
innovation. Ok.
activities
Bueno,
upcoming,
África
and then we're gonna host
está
actually
posicionado
the
para ser un hub central para innovación de
next
la
plans,
blockchain.
in 2 different venues.
ICE
In
Addis
Addis
tiene el
Ababa, so if
objetivo
someone wants to
de
join,
llevar la innovación y el
please,
cambio
like,
alrededor de
go
África
register and
con
meet
su
up on the
partnership.
Cardano Summit Addis
Con
Ababa
su
link.
partnership, vamos a silenciar un momentico esto
So
acá
we're
porque si
going
no
to
me
talk
van a
about
escuchar.
like these things. We're talking now with John.
Innovación de la blockchain, el espacio blockchain y llevar a través de África con Cardano para apoyar la fuerza de trabajo de la juventud, o sea, el brillo y los individuos talentosos en África para ayudarlos a promover y escalar sus ideas de emprendimiento y ayudarlos a incrementar sus habilidades para que puedan contribuir a la economía global. O sea, es todo lo de apoyar la comunidad de Cardano en África, es lo que pone acá. Déjame ver si puedo refrescar la página para ver si se carga, porque acá está un poco colgada. Vamos a refrescarla un poco para ver si carga, porque no sé, creo que es mi internet que está un poco lento. Está cargando un poco acá. Ahora al parecer hay unas pausas. Ok, aquí parece que ya concluyó esta parte. Vamos a activar el audio, pero no se está escuchando. Sí, aquí creo que está 55 era este evento. Ahora tenemos una pausa. Tenemos una pausa hasta, creo que vamos a compartir acá. Vamos a ver. Creo que hay una pausa hasta la 1:10 en el Summit. A ver. Vamos a chequear acá. Sí. La mayoría estará a las 12:55. Ah, bueno, está aquí, está abierto. 2:30, 7:30, vamos a entrar a la comunidad. Esta comunidad está abierta. Vamos a ver qué mencionan acá.
Individuals, some of us with a background in art, some without. What unites us? Our passion for CNFT.
Bueno, CNFT sería
And
como
this is what
los
we would
NFT de
like to share
Cardano.
with you too.
Vamos a escuchar un poco. No he terminado de cargar esto. Oh crap. Come on, load.
Hi, my name is Valerie, and I'm the artist behind Cozy Space CNFT. Me and Vladimir.
Bueno, aquí están hablando acerca de los operadores de los pools de stake, los creadores de NFT y los desarrolladores de dApps.
Cozy Space has a website at cozytokens.io.
Oh my
It
gosh, está un
features
poco
a
lento esto
tool
acá.
called Cozy Wallet, where you can enter your wallet address and view your tokens from Cozy Space NFT and some other projects on which
Hola,
Vladimir
Seba,
has been
¿qué tal?
working.
Aquí estoy.
We're
Bueno, está
also
un poco lenta
operating
la
a Cozy Stake pool.
señal al parecer o algo porque no termina de cargar del todo bien
we managed to produce one block. We have long-term plans
no termina de
with
cargar del todo
Cozy
bien la
Space
página.
and the Cozy Stake pool. For the short term, we are
Bueno.
planning on rebranding the website, reworking stake pool market.
Bueno, ahora estamos en esta parte acá de comunidad. Están comentando un poco acerca de las opciones que hay. Están comentando una billetera. Déjenme ver si la página carga del todo bien para que pueda mostrarle, porque acá está un poco colgado, no sé por qué. Está un poco colgado acá. Lo que vimos anteriormente, voy a refrescar eso. Lo que vimos anteriormente fue de este protocolo, ¿no? El protocolo de Prisma, que estaba hablando ahí, y al parecer lo que planteaba era algo de la seguridad, de los temas de KYC, lo de Know Your Client, y verificación de identidad y demás, e interacciones que habría, ¿no? Para que puedan, algunas aplicaciones y interacciones que puedan haber, pero todo esto se haría a través de la red de Cardano, y mostraron ahí como que se ejecutaba en la blockchain esa transacción, y se está verificado todo eso ahí. Vamos a ver si logra cargar esta parte de acá. No, creo que se colgó esto un poco. Creo que me dejé de escuchar o algo. Déjenme saber si están escuchando acá en el video, no sé, porque creo que se colgó un poco esto. Perdón, se había pausado esto de acá, no sé qué pasó. Déjenme volver a compartirle acá la pantalla. Vamos a entrar acá. Parece que algo había pasado acá. Pestaña de Braid. Vamos a intentar ver si carga. Creo que se había caído un poco. Gracias, Seba. Sí, se veía todo negro porque no sé, parece que se había colgado. Se colgó un poco esto. Vamos a volver a intentar entrar acá. Vamos a intentar entrar de nuevo en lo que es la comunidad, que es lo que está abierto ahora. Este de Community está abierto ahora. Vamos a entrar de nuevo. Ok. Me dejan si se ve ahora. Me dejan saber si se ve un poco ahora. No sé si estará viendo. Vamos a ver un poco acá. CryptoDino. Bueno, a veces sí que esto, no sé, algo de los NFT o de. Me dejan saber si se está viendo, si lo logran ver. Acá está. Todavía me dejan saber. A ver acá. Ok. Bueno, esto aquí dice acá, cripto.
Hey guys, this is Nick from CryptoPets, a community-driven, high-quality tournament-style RPG that revolutionized the Cardano gaming industry.
Bueno, como un
We are
juego,
launching our
un juego
CryptoPets
RPG de
stake
Cardano.
pool relatively soon under the ticker name Pets.
Y
This
va a
stake pool
tener
not only gives delegators ADA rewards, but also in-game rewards.
Van a tener como un stake
Stay
del
tuned
juego.
for our bi-weekly updates on Thursdays, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. See ya.
Súper, gracias, Seba. Sí, me dice que se ve todo bien. Vamos a ver. Bueno, es como un juego, ¿no? Parece que es un play to earn, pero también mencionaron algo de stake de acá de Cardano. Vamos a ver qué dice. Cyber Robots. Super cool acá, ¿no? El jueguito. Claro, Cardano también. Déjenme saber si ustedes logran escucharme cuando hablo, porque se escucha un poco alto aquí el audio. Ahora un momentico, déjenme bajarle aquí el volumen para mí. A ver. Vale un poquito
Hi,
volumen.
my name is Adrian, and I made the first interactive NFT on the Cardano blockchain.
Bueno, aquí está hablando de los
This is a
NFT.
pixel. You can tap it, and it will respond by changing its
Oh, ya, es un NFT,
and
el primer
background
NFT
color.
interactivo que hicieron en la
And
red
if
de
you double
Cardano.
tap it, it will show its rarity chart, which is embedded within the
Si
actual
le haces
NFT.
doble tap, va a mostrar
You
la,
can check
la
out more
rareza.
about the project by going on pixels.org or just go on
Esta parte de
Twitter
acá lo que
at
muestran es un poco
pixels
sobre
NFT.
sobre todo, ¿no? Todo lo que hay en el ecosistema de Cardano, todo lo que los proyectos y demás, la comunidad. The Birds, vamos a ver qué es este. Están súper cool las intros, ¿no? Están súper cool las intros acá. Acá todo esto es la parte de los NFT y demás así. Es color combos, archetype, attributes, edge. Vamos a ver. Claro, el Cardano por los fees y demás que promete que son bien bajos y todo esto, también si se suben los más NFT, esto todo va a darle buen impulso con esto con los smart contracts. Aunque también que vi una noticia recién, ¿no? Que había un movimiento fuerte de dinero en lo que es el pool ese de Ethereum 2.0. No sé si Ethereum estará buscando también lanzar, a veces se lanza finalmente el 2.0. Déjenme saber si me escuchan bien, porque yo escucho fuerte el audio de lo que está reproduciendo, y no sé si me están escuchando ustedes bien lo que hablo. Ah, súper, ya, sí, porque yo lo escucho bien alto. Gracias. A ver. Déjame esto a chequear un poco acá a ver qué más hay. Vamos a darle aquí.
Hello, adventurers. Welcome to the Drunken Dragon. I am Blerik, the founder and creative director of Drunken Dragon Games. We're making a fantasy tavern management game with collectible furniture and
están haciendo otro juego que están creando.
We have already created
donde
two
pueden obtener,
successful
coleccionar
FT and NFT collections.
colección de NFT,
pixel
todas estas
tiles.
cosas así. Los
They
primeros son
represent adventurers that you will send into epic quests.
Pixel Tiles va a ser
that you
como
will use to
piezas de
decorate and
pixel.
expand your
Se van a enviar
inventory.
los jugadores a
Secondly, the
mundo
Grandmaster
aventura.
Adventures NFT collection are 10,000 unique looking adventurers made exclusively to reward our early supporters.
Va a haber
They
una
will
colección de
have
10,000
the same functionality as Pixel
NFT.
Tile Adventurers with some additional balance advantages.
Primero, la primera
Also,
creación va a ser la que más
They are now within
rareza
the
va a tener,
10
¿no? Digamos de una
most
forma.
traded NFT projects on CNFT.io.
Y
Our
está hablando de
community is growing
CNFT.io. Vamos a ver.
massively, and we're already having a
sería como
lot
la
of fun
plataforma
on
de
Discord.
Cardano,
You will
¿no? Vamos a
find
entrar aquí a
many amazing
CNFT.io,
community
a ver qué nos
members
sale.
ready to answer any questions you may have and ready to recruit you into
Aquí
the
les voy a
adventure
mostrar.
that the development of this epic project will be.
Les voy a mostrar
So,
acá.
check us out at www.
Déjenme de compartirle y compartirle nuevo acá, otra ventana. Aquí no es lo que están comentando. Esto de acá de SNFT, que sería NFT.io, que sería lo que dice Cardano, Non-Fungible Tokens. Muy interesante. Aquí te pone Buy Tokens, Sell Tokens, Buy SNFT. Aquí te pone el precio aquí va a estar el precio de Cardano. Ok. Aquí te pone los NFT, 48A, 80A, lo que cuestan estos NFT que hay acá. Y los los recientes, que son este de acá. Bueno, este que mostraron recientemente, ¿no? El Third Bird, el de Crypto Dino. Es todo un marketplace de NFT para Cardano. Interesante. Aquí pues, se puede incluso hacerle el mint que es como para crearlo, ¿no? Upload artwork, art metadata, decide tokenomics, list of sale. O sea, aquí es como todo un marketplace, competencia directa con OpenSea, con Mintable, con todos esos marketplaces que hay de NFT. Vamos a volver allá a lo que es. Vamos a ver lo que está hablando ella. Ok, vamos allá de nuevo.
And
Okay.
as I said, I contribute to decentralization. I am the proud SPO of Ginger Pool. We are official MintSwap FISO partner. We have 3 million stake now and are able to mint regular blocks. But the best part of it is the community. We have a lot of very helpful and wonderful
Okay,
people.
aquí está otro proyecto,
behind.
no escuché bien de cuál era ella, vamos a ver acá.
So if you like what I do, or if you want to support me or have any questions, please reach out. I'm very happy to be in this space and just pop in and say hello.
Ok, vamos a ver. Ok, Glitch, ahora mencionan acerca de Glitch Creation Project. Vamos a ver qué es esto de acá. Bueno, todo está acá de los NFT. Más bien parece que se viene fuerte esta parte de los
Cardano
NFT.
family. My name is Louis, better known as Glitch, from the Glitch Creation Project,
Okay.
and I am a CNFT creator, artist, and collector
Ok,
based
es
right
otro
here in the
creador
mother
de
city
NFT
of
de lo que es esta
Cape Town, South
plataforma que
Africa.
mostré ahora de
What an absolutely
snft.io.
amazing time it has been. Mind-blowing to think that only 6 months has passed since native tokens went live on the Cardano blockchain. Now with smart contracts, we will see
Bueno,
a
aquí dice
massive
que ahora
influx
con
of
los
new
contratos
investors
inteligentes
as well as
se va a ver
projects.
todo un
And
despegue,
it
¿no?
will
de estos
also give the
proyectos.
capability for our current projects, like myself, to expand by bringing something bigger, better, with more utility. I also look forward to doing more work with charitable foundations in the
Ok,
future,
también tiene
as
como
well
plan
as
de hacer
community
más proyectos
projects
con
and stake pool
organizaciones
operations.
de caridad.
If any of you are interested in looking at my work, please go to my Twitter at Glitch Creation, my Instagram at Glitch
Aquí
Creation,
ya creo que está diciendo
or
que
my
vaya, ¿no? a
website,
su,
or
a
my
su
social
social
media and
media.
direct links at
Está cool acá
glitchcreation.com. I look
las obras
forward
que ha
to
hecho.
seeing you at the Cardano Summit.
Y
and
todos
look
estos
forward
creadores van a
to
estar
what
aquí
the
presentes
future
en lo que es la
holds.
parte
We have a great one in front
del
of us.
CNFT.io,
Goodbye.
esa página de Cardano. Está interesante, ¿no? Dice que, bueno, todavía acá no está disponible la parte de Mint. Estoy entrando acá a la página de SNFT. No está disponible para mintearlo, pero sí pueden ir a comprar. Vamos a ver qué más. Ok, Hype Schools. Toda esta parte acá es de los NFT. Toda esta parte acá es del marketplace de NFT. Así que está súper cool que se viene con fuerza esta parte en Cardano. Ok, dice 13 backgrounds, 7 calaveras, una colección de 1500 cartas únicas y se lanza el 31. No escuché, no leí bien la fecha. 31 de julio decía, pero no, 2022. Ok, la otra comunidad es Stick Freaks. Acá van a estar comentando un poco acerca de las comunidades y demás.
What's going on, my Cardano friends? It's your friend Jack here, coming from my mom's basement, wishing you a happy summit as a Cardano YouTuber, NFT creator, and stake pool operator. Have a great time.
Ok, es un YouTuber, creador y es participante de los stake pools. Aquí sobre todo es la comunidad. Está comentando acerca de la comunidad y demás.
Hey everyone,
déjame
hope you're all
ver
doing
un
well
momento acá
and
a ver
enjoying
qué otros
the
eventos
Cardano
hay que
Summit.
podamos entrar.
My name is Pratesh and I'm the owner and operator of Kaizen Stake Pools, and I also have a YouTube channel called Kaizen Crypto.
Ustedes igual pueden dejarme en
It's
los
really
comentarios de cuál
exciting
que
to
más le
see
interesa,
how
porque
far
tenemos
we've
el main
come as a
stage, que es el
project and as
principal,
a
la
community.
utilidad,
I
la
remember when I first
gobernanza,
started creating
impacto, adopción,
content,
comunidad y
just this
catalyst.
feeling of
Actualmente los que
openness, friendliness,
están o sea,
helpfulness
live, que hay 2 eventos
by
que
members
están
of the
live,
community just inviting me in and encouraging me.
bueno,
And it's my hope that by
este de acá,
creating informational content,
de la
by being
comunidad, que
involved
están
in the
mostrando
community
personas todo el
and answering
tiempo, que está hasta las 7:30
questions,
de la
being on
noche,
the Telegram
y este
chats,
otro de
that I'm able
Catalyst,
to hopefully
que
reciprocate
es
some of that warm feeling that I got when I
Catalyst,
first got
dice ven y
started.
conoce a
So looking
los
forward
que
to all the
proponen.
cool things that we are building. I know with
A ver,
this summit,
acá
a
luego
lot of the
está de 1:10
celebration is behind the
a
release of smart contracts.
1:55.
It seems
Real
like it's
Fi
been a
opening
long time
opportunity for
coming, but in
everyone. Estos
reality,
están
this is
presentando otro
really just the
proyecto.
start. So incredibly
Ok,
excited about
en
that.
la
And
utilidad
I'm
van a
so
estar mostrando
thankful
acerca
to
del
be a part.
multi-chain, la multicadena. Aquí en gobernancia no va a haber nada a esa hora.
Part of this amazing
El
community where I've got a
impacto,
chance to meet funny,
Dice
intelligent,
Planting a Blockchain
just
Forest with
creative, you
Cardano
name it,
Community.
all
Ok,
sorts
bueno,
of
aquí este
different
impacto
people
están
from all
haciendo
over the world. It's been
actividades
a
de,
life-changing experience. For everybody
con
who has
con
been
el
supporting me
ecosistema,
on
la
this journey,
ecología,
I
esas
just want to
cosas
say
así, ¿no?
thank you so much. It really
Y
does
en
mean the world to
opción
me. For anybody liking my videos, subscribing to
va a
my
estar
channel,
lo
for
de
all of our
Smart Contract
delegators, for Kaizen
Certification,
Stake
de why
Pools,
and how.
huge thank you.
La
Big
certificación de los
shout
Smart
out to
Contract,
everybody who has
cómo
been supporting me on this
el por
journey.
qué
I
y
really
cómo.
couldn't do it without your support. So lots to look
Ok,
forward to.
vamos a
There's
ver.
an exciting
Vamos a
time
ver.
ahead for Cardano, and really looking forward to what's to come. So thank you again so much, everybody. Cheers.
Esto es lo que pasa con la página, se cuelga un poco. Vamos a entrar, a ver, dígame si le, no sé, creo que entramos a otro, ¿no? Porque aquí solamente están mostrando parte de la comunidad.
Blockchain technology is a powerful way of using and extending the internet as we know it, and it's going to change our world. Like the internet, that change will bring lots of new opportunities, but finding good information can be challenging. Most information about blockchain online is written by and for techies. Even worse is the proliferation of bad information and get-rich-quick schemes. Even reliable news sources jump from headline to headline without providing the context and insights that people need to understand this new frontier.
My name is Darlington from Lido Nation. Lido Nation is
also a staking pool, or a node in the Cardano network. When the Lido Nation node does its job for Cardano, we get monetary rewards. It's a part-time job that we enjoy, and it's a project we really believe in.
The next question is, why do we choose Cardano? There are literally
Esto bueno, es un stake
thousands of
pool.
blockchain projects and coins to choose from. But many of these don't really have unique, original ideas backing them up, or they are designed for relatively narrow uses. Many cryptocurrency networks have serious problems with scalability and sustainability. Cardano is a totally different kind of endeavor.
All right.
Its design is original, based on peer-reviewed academic research. It was built for long-term utility, global scaling, and
Ya, creo que
humanitarian
vamos a entrar a
values.
otro,
Its
porque acá
distinctive
solamente están
features
presentando la comunidad,
include
¿no? Están
a
comentando bastante
self-funded
sobre
treasury,
la
speed,
comunidad y demás así. Vamos a
scalability,
entrar a
and
otro que
energy
está
efficiency.
dando.
Also, Cardano is notably
Ok,
humanitarian in
hasta
its values.
ahora tenemos Planting a Blockchain. Bueno, esto es sobre comunidad. Vamos a entrar a alguno que hable sobre, como tal, sobre proyecto. Vamos a ver qué es esto que dice acá.
Structure and focus.
Panel, real file,
Decisions
opening
about
opportunity
how the
for
network
everyone.
is
Vamos a entrar a
developed
este a ver,
and used
a ver de qué
are
habla.
proposed.
Join session. Vamos a entrar a este de aquí.
And overall the viability and growth of this ecosystem. So how do you ensure that they're secure and they follow each other? You can ensure them, you can regulate them. Speaking of regulation, how do you automate
No cargó. ¿Qué pasó acá?
regulation? By affluent kids in New Jersey or other places, but then, you know, the reality is, if you're talking about peer-to-peer lending, peer-to-peer insurance, you know, a replacement of the legacy financial
Bueno, aquí
infrastructure,
tenemos al
that's really a
Charles
conversation for people
Vamos a ver.
who are underserved or unserved in those domains. So, for example, if you're a farmer in Kenya or a business
Perdón, no sé
owner
por qué, creo que es mi
in
internet que está un poco
Salvador, in El
lento o algo, porque
Salvador,
está
a lot of these
colgado un
people
poco.
pay 6% a month or more for lending rates, which is just absolutely predatory and usurious, but they do that because they don't have access to any other system. The point of RealFi is to say, let's put a combination of these things together to be able to serve these right markets, real people, real finance.
Ok, el RealFi que dice, bueno, sí, la revolución de la blockchain ha puesto más poder en las manos de las personas, pero también ha revelado que la economía se divide entre los que pueden fácilmente acceder a productos financieros y aquellos que no. RealFi crea oportunidad para las personas reales a través de la identidad real, creando un impacto en el mundo real. El panel discute cómo el nivel de la economía. Ok, dice, the panel discusses how to the level of the economy. Ok, cómo a incrementar, ¿no? La economía en el juego, o sea, en el campo de juego.
some attention from the Securities and Exchange
software
Commission,
real
those
change.
wells
Y cómo esto
notices,
lleva al
delays,
cambio real para el
and
futuro
these
con más
types of things.
oportunidades
And as a
y,
consequence, over the next 12 to 24
cualidad,
months,
o sea,
our belief is the
igualdad
majority of
y,
DeFi
y que sea
providers
justo para
will be
todos.
systematically upgrading
No
to
sé por qué no
DeFi
carga bien
to
esto.
actually
A ver.
encumber identity and
Sorry,
metadata.
vamos a darle un refresh. Sorry, por eso está un poco lento esto acá. A ver. Vamos a ver a Charles Hopkins que comente un poco en esto. ¿Qué salió? No sé por qué. ¿Qué pasó acá? Crap. A ver, muñeco, ¿por qué se fue aquí? Come on, hurry up. Ok, este es que está hablando que es principal. Vamos rápido. Este muñeco camina lento ahora. Se demora en entrar. No sé por qué no está cargando esto acá. Ok, ahora sí.
Barriers to DeFi adoption?
Well, I mean, some of the ones I see, I mean, clearly over collateralization is a problem where people have to put up 200 or 300% collateral before they can take out a loan. And, you know, we're looking to solve that with Cardano by introducing novel mechanisms for credit rating or credit scoring. We've got concepts around leveraging a dollar prism, for example, to build a credit bureau.
Bueno, aquí lo que está hablando es sobre eso, ¿no? Lo que mencionaba el topic principal es cómo hacer que a través de la red de Cardano, a través del ecosistema de Cardano, todas las personas tengan acceso a lo que es la economía y cómo hacerlo de forma que sea equitativo, que sea un poco más justo para todos, ¿no? Y que puedan acceder todos a todo. Porque la blockchain lo que ha hecho es eso, la blockchain lo que ha hecho es que muchas personas tengan posibilidad de acceder a la economía, a productos financieros y no que solamente, digamos, los que en el banco sabemos que siempre que pueden ahorrar un monto alto son los que tienen grandes ganancias, o no todo el mundo tenía acceso a créditos con las criptomonedas y la blockchain. Todo esto se hace más asequible, más fácil de usar.
The secure platform that we've built and being able to carry this right through to the dApps that are built on top of Cardano. The other thing I would say is really broad-based adoption. You know, DeFi is quite niche, mostly focused on the core crypto industry, whereas we're really looking to open this up, enabling really financial opportunities for everyone. Another key thing is really volatile fees. So people are looking to build a business. This is something that they have to deal with, especially when prices of assets really spike. You know, on Cardano, we've actually introduced some papers which talk about, you know, some of our ideas around building stable fees on the protocol.
Ok, bueno, eso es interesante, ¿no? Dice que están también haciendo estudios, proyectando para ver de crear quizás stable fees, o sea, fees estables que sean fijas, porque ¿sabes? Conocen lo que toda la volatilidad que hay del mercado, ¿no? Vamos a ver qué más dice.
The first layer is saying, okay, how do the underlying protocols evolve, and how do we learn from each other, and how do we make sure they actually do what's on the label? So if you're saying in Oracle, you have to be good at injecting information into the system, and that information has to be accurate, and you have to be, as a consumer of the information, able to assess the level of veracity.
Sí, acá, bueno, aquí lo que menciona es que cómo ellos logran, ¿no? Que sea todo se ajuste, todo sea lo que prometen, lo que proponen ellos y que se cumpla y que se ejecute.
Otherwise, why are you doing it? If you're
Yeah.
talking about a stable coin, you have to be at least as stable
Si
as
hablas de un stablecoin, bueno, tienes que ser al menos stable, es lo que menciona él, que si vas a proponer algo, tienes que lograr que se cumpla con lo que estás haciendo y demás.
is less stable than the thing that you're already used to having. So there's a comparability there in terms of user experience and ease of use that has to be resolved, and it has to be standardized across the entire industry.
Ok, dice, bueno, que sí, que hay una comparación, ¿no? Que hay entre lo que es el mercado fiat y demás y las criptomonedas, que debe ser un estándar con los ecosistemas cripto para que sea una experiencia más fácil a los usuarios de las criptomonedas y demás.
About a hub and spoke model where you have maybe someone in town who has an internet connection, and that person can serve an entire community, and it doesn't then require everybody in the community to have a cell phone or have internet connectivity and so forth. And that person effectively becomes a small business model for like the last mile issue.
Déjenme cerrar un poco esto de acá, a ver, el sonido está perdiendo un poquito. Vamos a cambiarles esta cosa.
So there's almost $1 billion of data sitting there ready to be deployed. The community the community from all around the world, they don't have to be from Silicon Valley or New York or Singapore or London. They can be in Kampala, they can be in Lagos, they can be in Batumi. Doesn't really matter where they're at. They can say, hey, I have this great idea, big or small, and let's go ahead and decentralize the access to capital. So if you have those three components of the right standards and the equivalent user experience to the legacy system.
Lo que está hablando es, ¿no? Desde que cualquier persona que tenga un proyecto, que tenga algo así, tiene que cumplir como unos estándares, ¿no? Que cumpla con la descentralización, con todo eso, y que no importa dónde esté, sino que se puede integrar, pueda ser parte del ecosistema.
I think that's really the secret sauce and why we have yet to see significant adoption of DeFi in places like El Salvador, in places like Argentina, in places like Congo or South Africa, the places that frankly need them the most. We're just not quite there. And then finally, you need to have a good story about how will regulation be addressed in the future for all of these things. And what makes this such a complicated discussion is that you're dealing with a transnational regulatory problem.
También, bueno, hablar del tema de las regulaciones, ¿no? De que también tienen que tener en cuenta a la hora de hacer todos estos proyectos descentralizados y demás, cómo van a aplicar las regulaciones después y cómo se aplican las regulaciones a nivel mundial.
So the question is, how do you, in an environment where you could build an application where literally you could have users from 150 countries concurrently?
La pregunta es cómo puedes crear una aplicación que puedes tener usuarios de todo el mundo.
How do you ensure that those 150 different countries are happy?
¿Cómo puedes asegurarte de que todos esos usuarios, esos 150 usuarios, están contentos con lo que están teniendo?
Traditionally, there was a gatekeeper model. You would go and create an account, and the person you're creating the account with would be held liable if there was a problem to that. And they would make decisions of whether they wanted you as a customer or not. For example, many people in the United States who try to get bank accounts abroad, because the cost of regulation is so onerous, they actually get denied accounts. It was very difficult for me as a U.S. citizen to get a bank account in Switzerland.
Bueno, son sobre todo esto, ¿no? De lo que es el uso de las herramientas, plataformas y demás así a nivel mundial. Pero bueno, estás poniendo ejemplos de usuarios de banca americana que iban y buscaban crearse cuenta en otros lugares.
So the big meta challenge, in addition to those three sub-challenges for growth and adoption, is how do you actually create a system where people can have their cake and eat it too? And basically the system self-regulates and self-maintains.
Okay, como lo dice que uno de los principales una principal dificultad, ¿no? Cómo crear ese ecosistema donde todos puedan usarlo, puedan estar contentos, pero también que puedas lidiar con esas regulaciones que aunque no sean totalmente hacia el ecosistema, pero que son self-regulations, o sea, regulaciones un poco más ligeras.
These countries are actually encoding in their laws standards, even inside the United States. Like, for example, Wyoming with the Dow law, or other things we've seen where they've said, "Hey, Bitcoin is now legal tender." It's pretty cool to see that, And that bodes very well for functional automated regulation. They actually take the design of the protocol. And I think those factors together are the glue that's going to bind a migration of people from the legacy system to the new system.
So, lo que está hablando es, ¿no?, de todas las cosas que se deben cumplir, todo lo que se debe tener en cuenta para que hay una adopción masiva de todo lo que esto es el ecosistema DeFi, descentralizado, todas estas cosas así. Debe haber una opción o algo que lo haga que sea masivo para poder para que funcione, ¿no?
Two things. One is interoperability is needed between systems. So like you said, we need standards to be defined. So people who are in different countries can actually interact and through a smart contract. Because if you can't connect your system or define your system through the smart contract, you can't interact, basically. So enforcing interoperability.
Okay, parece que hubo un problema con mi cámara.
Certifying that an application is actually compatible with a standard, being sure that the model that you handle, the data that you share can be consumed elsewhere. For example, when I moved to the US, I actually lost my banking history and my health record, right?
So, está hablando un poco de esto, ¿no? De que para esa adopción y esas aplicaciones que se van a estar en el ecosistema y demás, cómo pueden asegurarse de que sea totalmente compatible su información, las cosas así de un país a otro. Aunque bueno, con la blockchain no creo que haya mucho problema con eso. Vamos a ver qué más comenta.
Those systems, Cardano and other blockchain will actually run the financial operating system of tomorrow. And in order to take this responsibility, you need to provide the security associated to the users and also to the developers of the smart contracts that are going to encode processes in the blockchain and describe and define services. So we have things.
Déjame llegar un poco a ver qué más hay acá en el schedule. Este tema es interesante, pero bueno, quizás un poquito técnico, ¿no?
Okay, great. And so now let's talk a little bit more about some of what this means for users in kind of the wider ecosystem.
Dice acá, building dApps with Bluetooth.
You can maybe just elaborate.
A las 1:50, todavía falta tiempo para este. The power of Catalyst.
Yes, for instance. Okay, Charles, can you take that one?
Yeah, it's kind of a funny thing where you have these systems that are valued.
A ver, vamos a ver qué más hay acá. Sí, yo creo que aquí está 1:50, 2:25. Pero vamos a escuchar un poco más a qué mencionan de esto. Creo que se colgó un poco ahora.
Things we're claiming are true. When you're talking the world of protocols, the assurance is from science. So when I say something is provably secure, when I say something works, when I say something can defend against an adversary, we have a standard that we've been following for over 40 years in the academic world.
So, bueno, aquí lo que menciona es él, ¿no? Que Cardano también. Recordemos que todos los desarrolladores, todo lo que es el ecosistema y demás, se ha estado desarrollando por científicos, por personas no reconocidas. Y que, bueno, cuando ellos mencionan de que funciona el protocolo, que han, o sea, garantizan eso, es porque se ha seguido los estándares que ellos han mantenido durante tiempo y que han trabajado en base a eso.
Academics, professors, graduates, postdocs, and go through the same burdens that they have to go to get tenure, i.e. publish, write papers, have those papers go through peer review. If anything, because then objective third party, neutral third parties can come in and say, what is true, what's not true. When you ask anybody, is your product great? Is your product safe? Is your product, oh, of course it's great and it's safe and it's secure. It's just like going to a drug company. Is your product safe? If I take it, will it give me the things that you want? Well, before the FDA existed, we had people going around mixing mercury and cocaine together and putting a little bit of radium on top and saying, this will cure all that ails you. And they said, yeah, okay, maybe we should change that system a little bit. They said, perhaps you have to provide evidence of the claims that you make. that these things do what you claim they do. And that's basically
So, habla que siempre la gente no, si le pregunta, no, si funciona el sistema, funciona o no. Claro, si al creador siempre va a decir, sí, sí funciona, pero necesitan pruebas, necesitas casos hechos.
In the aerospace industry, this is done all the time in building trains or other things where you have systems where the failure of that system results in the loss of billions of dollars or life or both. So every single time you get on an airplane, every single time an astronaut gets into a rocket or a space shuttle, every single time you write medical software where the pacemaker has to work, all of those things, if that fails, you're dead. And so you have to use different standards for how you write that software in a chain of evidence.
Ya, para que lo que dice, bueno, que sí, que para todo eso, todos los programas que se hacen, todos los que son, digamos, un avión, los astronautas y demás así, todo eso, si se hace mal, si tiene un resultado catastrófico, ¿no? Por la muerte y demás así, y que todo eso tiene que ser hecho con un estándar. Es lo mismo que dice, ¿no? Todos los ecosistemas que se crean, todas las aplicaciones y demás, tienen que tener unos estándares que deben seguir para eso.
So what we do is we take formal methods engineering.
O sea, entonces lo que hacen ellos es, para en todo el ecosistema de Cardano, es tomar métodos de ingeniería de software que están estándares, lo llevan.
Why is this not done in Silicon Valley or in industry? Well, because it's very, very methodical, expensive, and perceived to be quite slow. So the real innovation that Input Output figured out was, how do we over time build processes and systems where we can apply these two things, the peer review process and the formal methods process, with not necessarily a heavy touch and not necessarily a light touch, but just right, that Goldilocks zone for the class of protocols that we have, so we don't have to wait 10 years for something to get done. We can get things done in months to years that normally would take decades under the old model. And the advantage of that is,
O sea, aquí está hablando un poco acerca del input-output, parece que es un método que tienen ellos. A ver, vamos a ver qué más dicen acá. Recuerden que estas conferencias siempre son un poquito techy, son un poquito que no todos acá, por lo menos hay veces cosas que no entendemos o que no dominamos todo, pero se ve bien interesante. Vamos a ver acá qué otros temas hay.
entrepreneurs who want to apply a light touch to ensure that their dApps and their applications are actually successful. So one of the beautiful things that's an output of what we've developed is that we actually have multiple certification partners that are presenting here at the conference, from QVIC to runtime verification and Tweak and others, who actually have tools and techniques that a dApp developer can utilize. Some are automated, some are manual, and they can be utilized in the weeks to months to get a high level of assurance that the application was designed correctly. And ultimately, what does that mean? Less DAO hacks, less Thor chains, lots of all of these types of things that we've seen in the industry.
A ver, vamos a ver, dígame, no sé si los que están conectados, déjenme saber si buscamos otro tema o si vemos este de acá, si les interesa, no sé. Para ver acá en el listado, vamos a ver. En el timetable, pues está un poquito más complejo. Creo que es de utilidad. Vamos a buscar acá, vamos a ver este de utilidad. Ah, no, todavía nos falta un poco, es la 1.50. El de... Ok, pero bueno, está funcionando, están dando este de multi-chain. Vamos a ver qué mencionan de este de acá, de multi-chain.
In partnerships. How about you take that one, Matt?
If we're building EVM compatible things, you would be able to use any Web3.
Ok, lo que dice es que el ecosistema de Cardano, o sea, está diseñado para que crezca rápido gracias al sidechains, o sea, pero lo que hacen los sidechains y qué problemas que resuelven ellos, los expertos de Nervous, This Spark, te ayudan a iluminar acerca del mundo de la multi-chain y mostrarte cómo Cardano está creando una blockchain de blockchains, o sea, toda interacción, ¿no?, con otras blockchains. Vamos a ver qué menciona.
Yeah, one thing to make sure is try to use the test suites, conformance test suites that exist for the EVM implementations. We are already making use of that in our integration process, first to make sure that the basic layer works as expected, conforms all the state tests that exist in the system. And
okay, creo que se colgó un poco esto.
I'm pretty sure we'll need to employ conformance test if we want to provide.
Bueno, esto de multi-chain es acá el...
Compatibility with JSON RPC interface, which is kind of de facto standard in the Ethereum ecosystem.
Oops,
this is our idea, at least for the basic use case of user bringing in their Solidity contracts or any other EVM bytecode contracts over to the sidechain.
Vamos a ver aquí.
There should be minimal disruption for these kind of users.
Okay, I know a few friends that will be very happy to hear that.
Okay, let's reload it. I think it's slow. Vamos a recargarlo porque creo que está colgado hoy. Vamos a check, a ver si está cargado. Ya, creo que cargó ya.
Okay, but let's give
Okay,
them a little
aquí ya
bit taste
cargó ya.
of what the future looks like. What's coming up in the next year for each of all the projects that we're building out here?
Okay, vamos a mencionar un poco acerca de lo que es lo que se viene para
para
algunos de los proyectos que están construyendo, ¿no?
Yeah, thanks, Carlos. So in terms of what we want to do with Mantis proof of stake OBFT, first of all, it's going to
Okay,
be
este es un proyecto de un pool,
replicate,
Mantis Proof of
DevNet,
Stake,
right?
que es lo que dice
Something
acá,
that
o
can go
un
to public, that
el
people can start to play
mecanismo de consenso, ¿no?
start to
De
execute
prueba de
the
trabajo.
first smart contract theirs. And from there, we'll start to gather some feedback. Also, at the same time, we need to improve our OBFT protocol. We started with a very minimum of the initial OBFT protocol. So
Tienen que
increasing
actualizar el
security
protocolo, la seguridad.
and implementing the latest OBFT upgrades that
Y a implementar actualizaciones de
and also
OBFT, es lo que mencionan
and
ahí.
also
A ver, ¿qué es esto acá?
interacting other mechanisms like how to do PubSub, for example. It's been done by Hyperledger Bedru. Perhaps this is something that we also want to do next year. And also what Philip said, right? At the end, we need to build a crazy tokenization model on top of that. So this is something that we'll need to implement and see how we do.
Bueno, esto le está hablando un poco acerca de lo que se viene para este proyecto de Mantis.
How we will operate those nodes, right? So everything is interrelated.
All right, so
a ver qué más mencionan.
Yeah, since you mentioned last how important the economic model is going to be, Philip, can you shoot us a preview of what the research department will be focusing on coming up?
Bueno, aquí vamos a mostrar un poco acerca de lo que es el equipo investigativo se va a enfocar.
Incentives and the monetization scheme of operating the bridge, and on more specific terms, right now the analysis has to do with users that are either honest or malicious. And we can
Bueno, lo que están haciendo ahora es un análisis de como un filtrando, ¿no? Usuarios.
The next step is to convert the honest users to rational users. So
la otra parte es convertir a esos usuarios honestos, los que están usando a
benefits them the most as well, not just doing it because we tell them to do so. The other next step concerning bridges and sidechains is improving the efficiency and the responsiveness of the bridge.
Bueno, estamos hablando acerca de que lo que sigue es que tengan que mejoren, ¿no? Mejoren lo que es la eficacia de ese bridge, y que el bridge es esa conexión entre diferentes redes o diferentes blockchains.
Not as small as they could be. So the next step is, once we know that this can be done provably, to see how much faster it can be done.
Van a checar con qué mayor velocidad se puede hacer esto.
The efficiency and the incentive schemes.
Awesome. Okay. So there's one subject there that I'm very also interested in hearing about. Michael, in the Jormungandr project, I know you guys are building a feature set that would allow people to basically vote without disclosing what they vote for using zero knowledge proofs. Could you let us know a little bit more about that and what's the path forward for Jormungandr?
Bueno, aquí está mencionando acerca de un proyecto, de algo que va a permitir a las personas que tengan poder de votación.
The catalyst, which is a decision-making process for the Cardano treasury.
Okay, Catalyst, que es un proyecto de
people to
votación y para lo que es el ecosistema de Cardano.
Votes for specific proposals without disclosing their choices, and then in the process of this.
O sea, todas estas personas que tengan stake de Cardano van a tener posibilidad de hacer votaciones.
Knowledge proof that their vote was cast correctly encoded. And then in the process of tallying at the end of the vote, the result is calculated without disclosing those individual choices, and it's probably correct. The computation is probably correct. So this feature, this is done independently of any smart contract work. It's done as a first-class feature of the blockchain realized by Jormungandr, but in principle, it's possible to make a connection with the smart contract capabilities in the future. And for us to roadmap for EVM on the sidechain, so first we need to add the smart contract capability to our blockchain project. And we are using already.
Aquí están dando cerca algunos proyectos, ¿no? Estos proyectos de interconectibilidad de blockchains. Aquí está hablando él acerca de una funcionalidad de votación, ¿no? El poder de votación que tiene la gente que hace stake y demás así. A ver.
And out of it as well. And there are multiple different architectural choices to realize that.
Es un poquito más técnico esta parte, ¿verdad? A ver, vamos a ver acá.
Then, yeah, we want to, in the coming months, we want to first provide DevNets to interested users and deploy a testnet.
Van a estar probando una testnet, van a estar haciendo algunas pruebas primero.
Provide this as a full solution adjacent to Cardano, and in the future probably other blockchains.
That's certainly something that I will be looking forward to. I'm pretty sure that a lot of people will be very excited to have in their hands, a utility that would allow people to express their choices, but remain protected, right? Sadly, some societies around the world have gone through to a fully surveillance system, right, in which people, everything that they say, everything that they talk about, their opinions are judged, and they have a direct effect on their life, be it just social or even economic, right, and political. So I think that what the Jormungandr team is building is very important as we move forward as a society to be ever more digital. Okay.
Yeah, we could bring about digital democracy.
Great. No, that's great.
Yeah, I would say what I'm most excited about coming in the Nervos ecosystem will come out of our research partnership with IOHK around the UTXO model. Over the last couple of years, I've really seen some just fascinating designs and concepts that become possible when we move out of this account model dominated smart contract world that it's really all we know. I mean, just pick any smart contract platform, it's an account model. And when we step back from that, there's a world of things that become possible. And beyond that, looking forward to applications. On Nervos, we're seeing the first DEX launching, DeFi, NFTs, additional wallet support, and bridges as well. Once the Cardano to Nervos bridge is up, it'll be really interesting to see kind of assets move between these different ecosystems and leverage the unique applications that people are building.
So just to go into a little bit more detail there. So basically, in Nervos, you guys are going to have a base layer that's UTXO based with smart contracts, and then you're going to have a rollups feature that will work with EVM account-based models.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, that's certainly it's going to be a pretty interesting scenario. Seeing how you're going to still enable compatibility with everything that's out there, but you're going to give them an extra power tool at the protocol level with the UTXOs.
Yeah, there's a lot of no shortage of research and problems to sort through, but a ton of capabilities.
Okay, great. Nico, what's going on your side for the next year? What can we look forward?
Hablando un poco acerca de qué se viene para sus proyectos.
The end of this year, we're going to have our sidechain production already out, and even like the testnet, probably you're going to be able to play with
En
it
este caso,
in the
hablando
next
de los
few
NFT,
weeks.
del
And
sidechain
basically,
para los
what it's
NFT
going
que
to
pueden
look like
intercambiar, ¿no?
when we are in
A ver.
production. So the first thing, we're going to have like really fast blocks. We are going to be using a IBFT 2.0 Byzantine fault tolerant protocol. We are going to have blocks of like around 2 seconds that are going to have instant finality. So it's going to be really fast, but
So, están
also
hablando que
in
van
the
a
Cardano
implementar
side, we're going to be implementing what we call the multiverse. So we're going to be
van a
tracking
implementar
different
acerca
forks
de, o
for
sea,
Cardano, and this is going to
la
allow
rapidez
us
en,
to
la,
do
en los
transfers between
bloques,
like the Cardano chain and the sidechain pretty fast, back and forth. For the protocols that are going to be implemented in our sidechain, they're going to be able to implement like rapid smart contract that I was mentioning.
en la cadena de ellos, ¿no? El sidechain, porque Cardano va a ser como la red principal y van a tener sidechains.
Any Cardano compatible wallet.
Entonces van a crear encuentros inteligentes también para esa red.
And also it's going to be very fast, so users are not going to
Va a ser bien rápido para que los usuarios no se den cuenta que es una, que no sea, no van ni siquiera van a notar que no es la red principal, sino que es una sidechain.
New technology that we are developing called the multiverse. And
y le van a llamar multiverse a esa tecnología.
Is when we like push like a little bit of like the limit, what you're going to be able to do is that you're going to be able to have an hybrid app. What do this means? That you're going to be able to like develop something in the sidechain, and because we have this really cool concept of rapid smart contract, other parts of your dApp could be in Plutus. So maybe you can decide to do like the most important part or like the core part of your dApp in Plutus. That's going to be 20%, and the other remaining 80% you could do it in the sidechain. Maybe the oracles that you can implement in the sidechain because you need to do more fast processing, or maybe it's going to be like a little bit cheaper. So you want to have this concept of hybrid dApps where you can mix between different technologies.
Ok, bueno, es interesante, ¿no? Que lo que ven con la sidechain es que pueda el usuario tener la opción de elegir, ¿no? De que en cuál chain sería más económico, más había menos fee, pero que todo se vincule con el ecosistema de Cardano.
With one wallet, move between like different.
Y que cómo se hace, ¿no? En MetaMask, que así puedes elegir entre redes con la misma wallet y demás.
From your team. One of the things that you mentioned was particularly interesting. So you guys are going to have 2-second block confirmation with finality. It's a Byzantine fault tolerant.
So, bueno, esto es súper rápido, ¿no? Dice que van a tener una confirmación de bloque de 2 segundos. O sea, esto sería súper rápido.
Tell us a little bit more on how that works.
Yeah, we're going to be using hyperlayer Besu, which is an EVM implementation in Java. So it's like pretty good. And as someone mentioned previously, we are going to have like PubSub and some other cool stuff out of the box. So that's pretty cool. And yeah, these nodes are like pretty good, and there is a lot of community behind them.
Okay, that sounds pretty great. Well, I think we certainly covered a lot here today, guys. It's a pretty exciting future that awaits us, and it's not a distant future.
En sí, todos estuvieron hablando acerca de todo esto, ¿no? Los sidechains, de que va a haber el Cardano la va a ser la blockchain principal, y va a haber sidechains que se van a integrar con la red principal de Cardano, y que el usuario va a poder escoger, ¿no? Entre las redes, depende de cuál tenga el fin más económico y demás así, pero que va a ser súper rápido, que los bloques se van a generar, incluso las confirmaciones en bloque van a ser de 2 segundos, o sea, todo bien rápido, cosa de que le dé más fluidez a todo el ecosistema. Vamos a ver, creo que aquí ya me dejaron de hablar sobre este. Vamos a ver qué otro tema mencionan por acá. Vamos a fijarnos. Déjenme poner acá. Aquí hicieron una pausa, porque creo que hasta las 10:50. Vamos a ver en utilidad. Ok. Vamos a ver. Ok, después de 1.50 a 2.25 va a haber Building dApps with Bluetooth. A ver, Impact. Vamos a ver qué cosa que ahí está, qué está pasando acá. Smart Contract, ya está puesto esto acá. Vamos a entrar a este de Smart Contract, a ver de qué está hablando.
Emphasis and value on the security firm and Charles Morgan and IOHK. It's
No sé por qué se cuelga
it's
esto.
a collaborative effort to try and, combat these scams, and we're going to keep trying hard.
Yeah, and in addition to additional resources for forensic analysis, we will also continue to support further security audits and expanding the bug bounty program for our total commitment to security as a #1 priority that we have. So with that, I'd like to thank our panel today for joining us. Mel, Charles, and Dr. Mircha, great to have you here.
Este creo que terminó ya.
Great to have you at the summit. So thank you very much.
Thank you for organizing. Great being here.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Okay, main stage, real 5. Vamos a ver si acá hay Catalyst.
Rely on backend services that are hosted on cloud, on AWS or Google Cloud or whatever. Rely on them to submit transactions, calculate balances, all different.
Ok, aquí están mostrando un poco acerca de algunos dApps que va a haber acá en el ecosistema, billeteras, herramientas de observabilidad de ecosistemas, DeFi dApps, portales de auction, es como de... ¿Cómo se llama en español? Auction. Auction es como que hacen subasta, ok, portales de subasta, oracles, y any PAB bug smart contract. O sea, hay contratos inteligentes, es lo que están viendo, ¿no? Vamos a ver acá.
So to me, the challenge is making all of these applications highly available and resilient in case of any of these satellite infrastructure fail. Because we don't want to miss any NFT auction because some service goes down, right? I think it's critical to those billions of users we want to onboard on Cardano that these services, backend services, are always available 24/7 to be able to send value all around the world. And for that, I think that the problem is that currently we have two ways of deploying these services. Two models for hosting these services, which are ad hoc deployments. That means that you deploy these services for your own project. That's probably expensive and difficult for projects that are built by a small team, and they don't have a dedicated team to keep the infrastructure up and running 24/7. The other option is using some service as a service infrastructure like in Ethereum, Infura does, which is good because these specialized companies have the expertise to keep these services highly available and in a scalable way. But that's not so good for decentralization because the system becomes as decentralized as it's this decentralized layer. These services, if you have one application running on Infura and Infura goes down, then you don't have a fallback plan. I'll link a couple of links here to expand on those issues. So what's the proposal I have to solve this? The proposal is to add a third option, which is a network that adds multiple and diverse providers that you could use for your decentralized applications. Our focus will be put on empowering stateful operators because we think they are the perfect candidates for building this network because they are already skilled system administrators. They are already familiar to Cardano. We have a good amount of diverse operators. So we have we change one single point of failure by many. The way we want to empower stateful operators is by facilitating the deployment of these services, by facilitating the monetization of them, building open source tools. For example, my partner Giovanni, who also has a Fund 5 proposal, he will be building an API authorization mechanism that protect these backend services using NFTs that will not only allow the monetization, but will also help increase the transaction traffic on Cardano, giving back this way some ADA to the treasury. If these efforts are fruitful, we'll end up with a decentralized offer of API services in a cooperative but also competitive network that make it efficient. And our dApps will rely
Ok, le voy a estar comentando un poco acá. Bueno, aquí dice, habla acerca de soluciones, a construir herramientas open source para facilitar. Vamos a ver acá. Bueno, aquí aparece que terminó esta parte. Terminó esta parte de acá. A ver. Esto era hasta la 1:56. Acá está cerca de Torben, Take. Estos son unos proyectos, parece que están trabajando, o que pues, proponen. ¿Por qué lo necesitamos? A ver, aquí mencionan, bueno. Ok, Bob quiere contratar a Alice. Alice haría el trabajo, pero no se conocen. Hay miles de kilómetros entre ellos. Él le pagaría tiempo, él le entregaría en tiempo. Tengo las necesidades que necesito, cómo puedo cubrir mi riesgo, cómo puedo aceptar ok, eso lo harían a través de Trust, ¿no? ¿Cómo sería el proceso de Solid? Creas el proyecto, ok, legal contract, el proyecto, pones un timeline, milestone y los métodos de pago. O sea, mejoras el proyecto, llegas a un acuerdo, on-chain, haces el proyecto, un tamper-proof, o sea que lo ejecutarías como un contrato inteligente en la blockchain de Cardano. De ahí, ¿qué sería? Bueno, llegas al milestone el tiempo y te paga automáticamente, está protegido de cada tarea y cada pago. If something is wrong, claim issue and freeze the project, o sea, si hay unos problemas puedes congelar el proyecto, resolver los problemas. Y si te finalizas en tiempo y tienes un bonus. O sea, todo esto se daría a través de Solid. Solid es como una plataforma que están usando la cuenta inteligente para lo que es las personas puedan, ¿no? A través de Trust, Solid, puedan contratar personas y todo esto se ejecute como un contrato. Es el avance de los contratos que tenemos en la actualidad, pero sería a través de esto de Solid y en la red de Cardano.
I'm 35 years old, living in Germany, and I studied electronic engineering and automation. In the last 10 years, I worked as a software developer for many different projects, and also attended to the group.
Aquí este es el developer ecosistema.
Got a basic understanding of what Solid is and what problems it solves.
En sí, Solid, que es como una plataforma donde va a conectar al empleador y el empleado. Pone los términos, condiciones, todo se ejecuta, pero a través de la blockchain, que se haría la confirmación, la verificación, si hay algún problema y demás, y todo esto se trabaja en el ecosistema de Cardano.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time and your attention, and please support us with your feedback, your comments, and especially your votes. Thank you very much and enjoy the summit.
¿Qué más hay por acá?
Hi, I'm Kristen, and I'm participating in the Catalyst Fund 6 grant proposal called Projects. I am working on a program to support developers with designing and testing their Cardano smart contracts. It will also empower others in the community to explore the blockchain for clearer communication and better understanding of how smart contracts work.
Bueno, a ver.
In design mode, the palette along the top will have all the options for the various nodes most common to building out smart contracts. As this gets built out, you'll be able to input more specific information about what each transaction handles, and companies will be able to personalize it with branding. Once you have all your nodes connected, we're going to draw a few in here. You can hit the auto layout button and the graph will be normalized.
Bueno, aquí está mencionando sobre una app que va a permitir que las personas puedan como crear, ¿no? Crear la estructura del protocolo de smart contract, las interacciones. Entonces que es como una herramienta que de diseño que hacen para que las personas que quieran crear o montar su negocio en un smart contract tengan la posibilidad de hacerlo a través de esta herramienta.
From the mainnet this time, and I've pasted in, and the application does the rest. These graphs are made to be read left to right. The dark gray rectangle in the middle here represents a transaction, the transaction that we called. The circles on either side are the UTXOs that
o sea, es como una aplicación en sí que va a permitir que las personas que quieran implementar su negocio con la contrato inteligente o usar un contrato inteligente tengan la posibilidad de cómo hacer una representación de gráfica así, de cómo funcionaría, cómo se ejecutaría el contrato inteligente. Es lo que veo acá.
Used in this center transaction. I have a way for you to play around with this yourself. Now, this is meant to be primarily a desktop application, but after
es una aplicación de desktop que están haciendo, se llama Manzano Studio.
Test network, I thought it would be fun to shoehorn it into a website so the community can kind of look at it and play around. Now again, I want to emphasize this is a very early prototype,
creo que
sería
bueno mostrar a las personas cómo hizo la visualización de contrato inteligente que genera mucha atención. O sea, que esa aplicación lo que va a hacer es mostrarle a las personas cómo sería estructurado el contrato inteligente, las transacciones, el hash, todas esas cosas así, cosas que pueden entenderlo un poco más fácil.
Try it out button. And again, please be patient as this loads. So we have the same rectangles and circles as we saw before, but now we can see the MinSwap icon indicating which transactions belong to the protocol, along with a label underneath showing what is happening at each transaction.
Claro, ahí va a estar mostrando lo que son las funcionalidades, lo que está pasando en el contrato inteligente, cómo funciona y demás.
Before we had a deposit, now we have a swap. We can click on it again, and we get another deposit. I can follow these MinSwap labeled transactions back about 20 steps or so. We're not going to do that right now, but it gets us to the very initial transaction that started off the whole protocol. You can click along either direction. You can follow any of these all back. And if you want to play around with it, clicking on this try it out button will take you right back to where you began for you to play around again. Obviously, this is a work in progress. As it gets built out, these movements will be saved so that you can walk back and forth along the network. There will also be icons for all the different tokens in each UTXO, different icons for different smart contracts as they become available. And there will be an option to select an NFT and follow it all the way back to its initial minting transaction. So if you enjoyed this demo and are interested in seeing this project get funded, please head over to IOHK's Project Catalyst Fund 6. Votes towards my proposal increase my chances of getting funded and will help move this project forward. And you can see the name of it right here, Visual Blockchain Design and Explore.
Ahora estaba hablando un poco, ¿no?, sobre son todos estos proyectos que hay acá en lo que es el ecosistema, para qué funcionan y demás así, y presentando sus proyectos, cosas también de que pueden conseguir financiamiento y demás.
So, how many times have you had a great idea that you
Okay, este acá es people-centered design.
make people's lives better, or
A
perhaps
ver, ¿qué
even
menciona
make you a
esto?
fortune? How many times have you spent countless hours surrounded by code, confused about features, and frustrated about progress, only to discover that the idea perhaps wasn't as great as you thought it was in the first place. Sound familiar? Well, I can tell you, having worked with many dev teams over the years, this is something that plagues many software projects. And as building on Cardano increases and the ecosystem increases, this frustration is also going to increase. One well-proven way of mitigating this risk is to focus on users, their needs, motivations, and behaviors. Now, whilst it's true every project may not have a UI, each will ultimately have an impact on humans because it's humans that will consume the services. We use user-centered research and design to unlock these for your projects. We would like to initiate a program of work that helps projects building on Cardano build faster with less risk by giving them access to these user insights that are actionable for their projects. Our mission is to make the Cardano ecosystem more human. By creating a knowledge base that we can share amongst all projects, ultimately, everyone's a winner. Take a look at the proposal. Give us a vote if you like it.
Vamos a ver esta propuesta, ¿no? Que proponen ellos, a ver qué dice acá. El video lo vamos a poner ahora.
Hello, this is Matthias Sieber. It is with great
Okay,
pleasure that I am
este es un marketplace
presenting
creator.
the marketplace creator on Cardano. With the increasing adoption of Cardano as a platform to build new decentralized
El
applications,
problema
we are
que tienen, ¿cuál es? Es el
several
mismo
common
base de
projects
código
that
desarrollado de una y otra vez.
developers across the ecosystem
Okay,
will
el
waste
trabajo
a lot of
repetido, baja
effort
eficiencia,
and time by
la
doing
baja al
very
output de las apps, o sea que se crean pocas
and as we've seen with the
y demasiado
testing phase
espacio
of
para
Evento,
los patrones de
Kudos
mal
in itself
diseños, ¿no?
does not prevent
Entonces lo que está haciendo es como un marketplace de
developers from
desarrolladores,
writing
un marketplace
bad
donde
design
puedan
patterns, and
conectar a esos
we want to
desarrolladores
enable
con los proyectos y demás.
that
Vamos
you
a
as a
ver.
marketplace creator and focus on the specifics of your marketplace. The solution is to build a marketplace creator. So first and foremost, we will provide a CLI tool. I'm going to give a
Van a
short
desarrollar una
We
herramienta
will provide
CLI,
sensible
va a
defaults.
haber plugins
Given the
y
core functionality will be
código
built
abierto, open
as
source.
plugins that can be extended or even just exchanged. We will open source the code for Blaze. All right, demo time. Let's start Blaze with Blaze New. Here we give a project name like win-win dispute resolution, a short description, bringing mediation to Cardano, for example, fixing ADR.
Esto es un poco más técnico, ¿no? Es como están creando como un marketplace y esto es más, un poco más técnico, pero para los desarrolladores como tal.
That's why we're here. Next, we have a selection of base currencies right now. Initially, actually,
Ahí menciona, bueno, es como un marketplace que va a conectar a los desarrolladores con los proyectos. Ahí está el base currency, que es como la moneda principal en la que van a recibir el pago.
But also support several stable coins. And then the whole plugin selection will be more detailed. And that's essentially it. So we scaffolded a project. So we are a team of developers and Plutus pioneers. We are Cardano enthusiasts. We are a team of 12 people for this project. We have allocated, including myself, 5 people in total. But there's
el equipo que está formado.
For other team members to be pulled into the project as needed. All right, let's take a quick look at our Plutus developers for this project. First, it's me, yours truly, and Ganesh, Eli, and
Esta parte de acá lo que están mostrando son algunos proyectos, ¿no? Que están desarrollando el ecosistema y bueno, estamos mostrando sus propuestas.
On another project, he will be doing front-end development. And last but not least, we have Victor Corsino, very well known in the Project Catalyst ecosystem. He has been elected the representative for all community advisors for the Catalyst Circle and has created many community tools. So he has a programming background, but he will take on a project managing role for this project. For the remainder of September and leading into October, we will be finishing our requirement research. We have been approached by other projects through our Catalyst, and we want to make sure that we are prepared to support them as best as we can. At the same time, we are defining our system architecture and begin development of our base layer.
Estos son algunos de los planes de proyecto. Deben determinar los requerimientos de investigación, definir la arquitectura del sistema, desarrollar la capa base y los plugins para diciembre de 2021, el marketplace, el lanzamiento del marketplace, apoyar las propuestas, y para el 2022 sería el Meta Marketplace, que es comprar, vender o compartir plugins for Blaze, y desarrollar y comenzar el desarrollo de Marketplace. Este es el proyecto, más o menos el proyecto, ¿no?, que tienen ellos, o sea, el roadmap que tienen ellos.
I've created a shared housing application with Eli and David over the past year, and we hope to rebuild something like that on Cardano. These are our success metrics, so it is along the lines of usage, really. In summary, we are creating a marketplace creator tool. We will be launching 3 marketplaces by the end of Q1 2022. Feel free to reach out.
Como vemos, con todo esto de los smart contracts en Cardano, lo que están creando muchísimos proyectos. Hay que ver al final cuáles funcionan, cuáles no funcionan, cómo se va a trabajar todo, ¿no? Porque ahora todos se lanzan, pero al final hay que cuál se mantienen, cuál tiene mejor propuesta y demás. Esta acá como tal es para desarrolladores, que estábamos hablando. Bueno, aquí está interesante. Este es de onboarding, wallet for Cardano, billetera para Cardano. Vamos a ver qué sale acá.
Hi, my name is Adriano Fiorenzo. I'm the founder and developer behind Game Changer Wallet. So Cardano is awesome, right? You can do a lot of crazy stuff with Cardano, but it's a rising ecosystem, so it's okay if for builders and new users it gets a bit complicated.
Sí, creo que dice, bueno, que la interfaz es un poco complicada de otros, ¿ya? El código es complejo, hay barreras de infraestructura, falta de documentos. Y lo que necesitas es una billetera simplificada, gamificada y poderosa. Y bueno, aquí te da el enlace de esta billetera, ¿no? Game Changer Finance. Vamos a ver, muestra acá el Game Changer Finance.
Web wallet, non-custodial wallet.
Ok, esto es una billetera no custodia, non-custodial wallet, es lo que está presentando acá.
Everything that you're going to be doing here is graphical. For example,
ok, y todo lo que está haciendo es gráfico, o sea que tiene una interfaz de usuario gráfica para que sea más fácil para las personas, ¿no?
An interface similar to a game inventory.
Dice que la interfaz es similar a la de un juego para que sea más fácil de comprender y demás.
For example, this address.
Puedes añadir direcciones.
The wallet is going to calculate the fees.
Y bueno, la billetera te va a poder calcular los fees, todas esas cosas, todas estas cosas acá para interacción.
You have also an NFT minter inside the wallet.
Interesante, tiene un NFT minter, o sea, un lugar donde vas a poder crear tus propios NFT, donde vas a poder crearlo como tal, ¿no? Pues incluso tienes el playground, que es donde puedes editar el código, puedes ver un preview, generar un link. También puedes desarrollar un poco ahí a las personas que ya sean desarrolladores y demás.
Script based on JSON, you are going to be able to use the wallet. For example, here we are sending data to this address. This is going to
y ahí, bueno, sale toda la interacción, ¿no? Ahí en este caso estamos mostrando el ejemplo de que está enviando a ADA, está enviando Cardano a esa billetera y puedes ver el código, cómo hacer todo el proceso y tú puedes trabajar, ¿no? Eso ya para la persona que sepa un poco de eso.
What I am requesting on this Catalyst Fund 6 proposal are funds to improve the overall wallet.
Ok, bueno, recuerda que en este Catalyst lo que están haciendo es montando proyectos para buscar financiamiento. Es lo que está buscando acá de financiamiento para poder mejorar la billetera. También para trabajar con las APIs, instalación.
You're going to be helping not just Game Changer Wallet, but the entire Dandelion network, because I'm going to be sharing nodes with them.
Ok, bueno, dice que no solamente van a estar apoyando a esta billetera, Game Changer Wallet, sino Dandelion el proyecto de Dandelion, porque es para compartir nodos con ese proyecto. Una parte de los fondos va a ser para mejorar la aplicación.
Application Discovery Hub built in within the wallets. Well, the team is very small.
Aquí menciona un poco acerca del equipo. Adriano Fiorenza, que es el fundador y tiene más de 10 años de trabajando en aplicaciones y startups. Igualmente va a estar trabajando con Gimbal Labs. Gimbal Labs es una plataforma colaborativa para personas que quieren mostrar al mundo lo que Cardano puede hacer. O sea, luego Dandelion, APIs. Dandelion, esas son APIs que se vinculan a Cardano. Y ofrece servicio, servicio de comunidad gratuito a través de Gimbal Labs. Aquí muestra su roadmap. De julio de 2021 la billetera está online. User requested features are being developed. O sea, los requerimientos que los usuarios hicieron están desarrollados. Luego tienen el Catalyst Funding, que es esto que están haciendo y demás. Ahora, ¿cuál es la auditoría que tiene esta billetera, no? La metadata está verificando para comparar, o sea, para checar la cantidad de conexiones de dApps que son ejecutadas por la billetera. El Discovery Hub va a permitir medir la cantidad de dApps usando la billetera. Y los reportes semanales, que es la forma más completa de conocer cómo el proyecto se está moviendo, ¿no? Y eso solamente se ve en Twitter, esa parte. Y David dice que que votes por la propuesta. Otras colaboraciones y propuestas dependen de Game Changer, o sea que Game Changer también crezca. Así que le pide que voten y que ayuden. Como tal, en sí es una billetera donde va a tener una interfaz bien gráfica, bien fácil para los usuarios y demás. Acá en Catalyst están poniendo proyectos de Cardano, acá todos los proyectos que están trabajándose y que van a poder tener y que puedan tener financiamiento, las personas que les interese financiar, apoyar y demás.
Everyone, my name is Tim O'Brien. I'm the proposer for a project called No Code Smart Contracts.
Esto es un proyecto de Smart Contracts sin código.
Googler and founder of QModeler, a
Vamos a ver de qué se trata este de acá.
Platform that targets blockchain. So rather than talk about no code, I'll just do this little example. So on the left, you see palette, and it's got 3 icons, and the user is dragging these icons into the center artboard and connecting them, and then you will see them connecting ports. And while he's doing this, he's essentially building a full blockchain application that in the end we'll see this exported into a smart contract.
Bueno, como tal es como una herramienta que permite crear contratos inteligentes, ¿no? Pero sin tener que hacer los códigos, sin tener que necesitar saber de hacer programación, sino que tienes como los plugins, las herramientas ahí, ¿no? Cool. Y te permite conectar las funcionalidades de contrato, los puertos como tal, o sea, los que dice acá ports, a través de plugins, y así es lo que muestra cómo funcionaría. Puedes hacer como todo el diagrama, ¿no? Todo lo que se va creando. Aquí vemos multiple, o sea, el component assembly es como la creación de los componentes. Interesante. Es como una aplicación más sencilla, ¿no?
Soon hundreds of components. So how do we actually determine what the components are, what the user should build, and so they don't make mistakes? So we use something called temporal logic. Temporal logic is nothing more than a logic statement, sort of like describes what has to do, but gives a dimension of time. So you describe what should happen and what shouldn't happen, and if you collect enough of requirements, you do a good job of collecting requirements, then our product can guide you and tell you when you've connected something in the wrong way. So here's an example of temporal logic application.
Veo que hay 3 personas conectadas, igual lo pueden dejar por ahí algún comentario si están entendiendo, si tienen que cambiar otro tema de que estén hablando, y ahí vamos buscando. O si lo dejo nomás escuchando ustedes en inglés ahí.
Each on the below we see that we call it the DNA. It's the unique temporal logic description for this application. So let's talk a little bit about peddling. What is peddling? Well, peddling is a board game, 14 and up. And it's also the subject of a lot of research because it happens to have a property called being Turing complete. And Turing complete means that it's equivalent to any language you know, Python, whatever. So that's a very good property to have. As you see, we move pebbles from registers to registers. We call the squares operations and the round white objects registers. So what is pebbling? Just to sum, it's Turing complete language. Again, equivalent to any programming language you might know. It's a board game, and it's also the subject of hundreds and hundreds of research papers because it has this unique property of being Turing complete. It also happens to be how we perform core logic on blockchain smart contracts. So what's valuable about it? It's arbitrarily divisible. It's easy to compose. It's very easy to formally verify, and we can do it almost in real time. And in fact, our guidance system is run by formal verification. And data is local to the operation, so we can now decide what operations need to run on the blockchain and what run off-chain, and then we can use off-chain and on-chain in a very creative fashion without losing any of the transparency or any of the advantages of using blockchain. Best of all, none of the stringy if-else logic that creates so many bugs and is so unreliable. So what is this project about? So this project is about building a small adapter on Plutus that will let us use pebbling in order to determine the logic that runs on Plutus. So what does that mean? That means basically any of these applications that we design on QModeler that we see on the left, we can have a drop down and deploy them to Plutus. We'll do a little small demo here. So on the upper right-hand side, you'll see we have a selection of Ethereum. We can decide the name, and we'll drop down.
Como tal, bueno, es una aplicación, ¿no? Esto de acá es una aplicación que lo que va a estar haciendo es,
and it deploys for us.
o sea, permitiendo que las personas puedan crear como un control inteligente,
thanks for watching.
Contract, pero sin necesidad de hacer código, sin necesidad de poner el código, sino que solamente va a tener como los plugins, las opciones ahí, y la persona va a poder crear las interacciones y demás.
Hundreds and thousands of applications because we simply can modify one of these projects that we see on the artboard here. We can build entirely new projects. And you don't have to be a coder. So we're now pioneering the idea of no-code hackathons where we bring in groups to solve major issues of the day, like food poisoning and sustainability, cold chain, etc. So it can really be great to engage the entire community on something that's very, very important to solve. And I think it'd be an excellent use of your vote. So please vote for us. Thank you.
Ok, vamos a ver qué otro proyecto me comentan acá.
Welcome, warmly welcome from Vietnam. Welcome to Cardano Summit. I would like to have some quick introduction about my proposal.
Bueno, Yoroi creo que es una billetera conocida ya de Cardano, donde la gente creo que tiene un pool interesante, un pool donde la gente puede hacer stake de Cardano y tiene buen retorno, ¿no? Buen APR.
Any user when they transfer the digital assets from one to one, from one to another. So my proposal is translate from English to Vietnamese. By doing so, I believe that more and more people will have more flexibility and confidence when they use Yoroi in Vietnamese language.
Acá, bueno, como tal es la que están mencionando de Yoroi, la aplicación de Yoroi pero para el mercado vietnamita.
We help them to have more confidence, more trust in Euro or in the gateway of Cardano infrastructure. That work for my project. Thank you. Xin chào cả nhà. Xin chào một lời chào ấm áp nhất từ Việt Nam. Xin chào các bạn đã đến với Cardano Summit. Theo thời gian vừa qua mà Tiến đã làm những cái dự án và trao đổi với lại cộng đồng người dùng ở Việt Nam khi họ dùng Euro thì họ cũng gặp một số cái khó khăn. Và cái khó khăn này nó đến từ việc cái ngôn ngữ. Do cái ngôn ngữ là thuần túy là tiếng Anh nên rất nhiều người
Bueno, no se jodió la cosa porque ahora está hablando en vietnamita, así que ni idea que pueda traducir algo ahí.
Sẽ nhằm mục đích là chuyển đổi cái ngôn ngữ từ tiếng Anh sang tiếng Việt.
Ok, wow, para mostrarles eso, ¿no? Está mostrando la billetera de Euro. Vamos a buscar otro tema. Vamos a buscar otro tema por aquí.
Lòng tin nhiều hơn và từ đó
Vamos a cambiar de tema.
sẽ sử dụng Euro.
A ver qué más encontramos por aquí. Ok, vamos a buscar acá.
Chuyển đổi ngôn ngữ này có ở phần QR code bên dưới. Xin cảm ơn và chúc mọi điều tốt đẹp đến với tất cả các anh chị em trong Cardano Summit lần này. Thank you.
Creo que voy a buscar aquí en adopción. No, ya está. Este es de Smart Contract. Este de 2 y 20. A ver este de acá. Vamos a ver este de acá. Si podemos vernos esto.
Different kinds of DApp marketplaces. More on that you will find in the talk as well as a panel on certification, on the certification program, which my colleague Simon Thompson is doing. So definitely do check that out. In all of this, we do need to address the elephant in the room, which is that of decentralization. As we know, any kind of a dApp store, which is meant for decentralized apps, should also be decentralized in itself. So in that regard, I'd like to talk about this notion of censorship resistance. Censorship resistance, that the way that we're building this into the dApp store is basically by saying that we will not be gatekeeping. We're all familiar with, like the Apple App Store. And finally, I'd like to talk about our path to decentralization. There are 3 ways in which we can target this. I'll go with them one by one. The first one is multi-party assurance.
En esta parte de acá están hablando acerca de las dApps, de aplicaciones
the multi-party assurance
descentralizadas.
is what forms the primary factor in which we're going to be curating all kinds of dApps. The certification framework is going to be a Cardano improvement proposal. It's going to be a CIP in which several experts as well as security firms will be able to make recommendations, comments, and jointly design the framework together. The second one is that eventually we want to engineer ourselves.
Están un poco acerca de las funcionalidades, ¿no? En caso de los proyectos que proponen ellos, que va a tener una gobernanza descentralizada y que todas lo que son las votaciones, las decisiones acerca de las dApps, de las aplicaciones, va a estar descentralizado. O sea, no solamente que los desarrolladores van a decidir, sino que la comunidad va a poder decidir sobre eso.
Provide all kinds of data for this type of governance system to operate in any kind of a, even in a generalized democracy. For people to be able to make the right choices and the right votes, they need to be equipped with data in order to make the right votes so they can make the most educated decisions. And so this kind of a system our role is to actually provide the data and the insights that people will be able to use to make any sorts of decisions and votes and proposals and so on. And setting up the governance system is something that we're also considering in the longer term. And you might be wondering, how are we actually going to mechanize some of this? And that is through incentivization and using the power of cryptoeconomics. So personally, I'm very passionate about cryptoeconomics. I've worked in several projects that involve cryptoeconomics. So this is one way in which we can actually incentivize more and more engineers as well as community contributors.
O sea, aquí también pone, ¿no?, que cómo va a ser el proyecto de incentivación a los desarrolladores, a los ingenieros, a los software engineers, va a ser a través del crypto, ¿no?
And making more open source contributions to the dApp Store.
Y van a ser como un dApp Store.
So these are some of the ways in which we can actually incorporate this decentralization within the dApp Store, and know that there's a huge concern around centralization as it pertains to, you know, any kind of consolidated view in which you can see all of the dApps. However, we want to maintain very strong principles, and we want to stick to them. And I would love to demonstrate to you how this actually pans out in the future. I'm very excited for how all of this evolves. So with that being said, I'd like to show you the very first iteration, so to speak, or high fidelity prototype of the dApp Store. And
Oye, ahí va a mostrar entonces un prototipo de lo que es el dApp Store, sería esa tienda de aplicaciones o esa de aplicaciones centralizadas.
Over to you, Ian.
Thanks, Rudy. My name is Ian Pilon. I'm a product designer at Input Output, and I'm based out of Waterloo, Ontario, Canada. I'm going to go over a brief introduction, the design process that went into the dApp marketplace.
Bueno, aquí vamos a mencionar un poco acerca del proceso de diseño que hubo para hacer el marketplace.
So, the primary goal of the dApp marketplace is to facilitate the discovery and curation of Cardano dApps and provide an interface for developers and end users to interact with each other.
Claro, aquí pone el objetivo, ¿no? El objetivo del marketplace es hacer que sea más fácil descubrir, ¿no?, las aplicaciones de dApps de Cardano y una interfaz para desarrolladores y usuarios que pueden interactuar unos con otros. ¿Cómo se diseñó el proceso? Comenzaron con la creación, se unieron con los pioneros de Bluetooth,
just to get a sense of how developers might
hicieron el
imagine
mapping
the
con los pioneros de
marketplace should look and
creadores de
feel.
Bluetooth.
We took feedback from the pioneers, internal stakeholders,
tomaron
and
feedback
we conducted secondary research to sketch out the early design concepts. We moved from lo-fi design to a high-fidelity concept that could be user-tested. We tested this concept with 5 Plutus pioneers and learned where to iterate on the design. We made multiple iterations of the concept with user feedback until the testing experiments validated that we were creating something usable and desirable. Let's get into a quick demo of the prototype.
Okay, ahora vamos a mostrar un demo del prototipo.
Users are presented with
Así
a
sería más o
landing
menos
page that
la
gives some
página de inicio
context
de
about what the
lo que es
ecosystem is
de lo
and
que
helps
es
get their
o sea, la
minds
tienda.
oriented before entering the experience.
Dice, browse Cardano dApps
Let's
in
start
on
exploring.
base, data visualization. Okay,
We enter
así
into a
saldría.
galaxy view that enables users to experience a playful way of
Y
interacting
wow,
and
ahí
discovering
está súper
Cardano
cool.
dApps.
Aquí se aparecería, ¿no?, lo que
This
son las
interface
dApps.
allows users to quickly make sense of the top
Las
categories
dApps basadas en
within the
comunidad, las que
ecosystem
serán de
and
identidad,
drill
los
into the
exchanges que habría en
categories of
Cardano.
interest.
Interesante.
In this example,
Los
we're going to
billeteras,
go
los
into
DeFi, y los que están en desarrollo, los desarrollos. Ahí en DeFi
Now
están
we're entering into a
los
circle tree
DEX,
diagram that will
synthetics, los
expand from the
protocolos,
edges as more dApps are
dApps
added
de
and
pagos,
create an unbiased data
los
visualization
tokens,
for discovery
lending.
and
Interesante.
curation of the ecosystem as it grows. Now, this data visualization view will also show end users the quality assurance levels of a dApp just by looking at the screen. Are any of them certified? Which ones are? Which ones are not? This design is going to change from what you're seeing here, but it's just to give you an idea that we're working on ways and methods to easily visualize the system and, you know, making it easier for you to figure out which ones you want to drill into and learn more. As I drill into any of the dApps by clicking on them, I'll get a context drawer that slides open to the right. This will give me all the information I need to know about this dApp, including any levels of certification it might have, features, ratings, reviews, so on and so forth. If a user ever wants to visualize the data in a list view, we have the option to toggle between Classic, which is a traditional list view, and Awesome, which is our data visualization view. Now let's see what it looks like to upload your DApp. You want to click on the Submit Your DApp button. A contextual drawer opens to the right, giving you step-by-step instructions of everything you need to do in order to get your DApp in the ecosystem. Upload your logo, give it a name, what category it falls into, so on and so forth. All this information is going to be needed for users to understand your DApp. You can close out of this, go back home. As you can see, I just covered a brief introduction, talked about our design process, and walked you through a hi-fi demo. There's still lots more to go. If you're a DApp developer in the Cardano ecosystem and interested to work with us as we co-create further, please reach out. Thank you.
Ahora vamos a ver qué más mencionan acá. Los que estén ahí, que estén viendo el en vivo, déjenme cualquier comentario por acá. ¿Qué les está pareciendo hasta ahora el Summit? Si han entendido algo, si creen que está muy técnico, déjenme saber cualquier cosa acá en los comentarios, los estoy leyendo, ¿ok? Vamos a ver qué más comentan acá. Vamos a chequear el schedule que hay acá. Oh, interesante esta parte de acá. Se puede coleccionar cosas. ¿Qué es esto de acá? Ah, interesante. Aquí por participar en el evento mencionabas un coleccionable. O sea, después there will be a prize draw where 1,000 of each will be minted in a Terra virtual world. This limited edition items will be interesante. Aquí, o sea, es como un sorteo que va a haber, ¿no? De lo que se puede ir coleccionando. He coleccionado 2 de 7. ¿Cuál fue lo que coleccioné? ¿Y qué tengo que hacer para coleccionar más? A ver. Ok. Vamos a ver qué más hay que hacer acá. Si hay que... ¿Qué más se puede hacer por acá? ¿Dónde más se puede coleccionar las otras partes? Al menos está bien interesante, ¿no? Esto que hicieron acá de esta interfaz, como un multiverso ahí que está interesante, ¿no? Una interfaz gráfica que se usaron para esto. Entrar aquí en el agua, muñequito puede entrar al agua. That's so funny. Vamos a ver más acá que por ahí por acá. Ok, se fue dot. Vamos a ver qué más hay puesto acá. Creo que ahora no está puesto el... No está puesto... Vamos a irnos aquí. ¿Qué es esto de aquí? Ok. Adoption. Supuestamente está en vivo, pero no hay más nada aquí puesto. Ok, aquí está en break. En el main stage está en break. En utility está en break. En gobernancia, vamos a ver qué hay aquí en gobernancia.
Small fraction of the available data are the same, and so we should allow metadata to accompany every update in order to define the context of every update. Our solution smoothly handles priorities of updates, version dependencies, conflicts and their resolution, and emergency handling.
Hola, hola
Finally,
negocios,
as I said, we have
negocios APTG, sale
implemented a
acá. ¿Qué tal
prototype
todo?
and we
Hola
have
Ángela,
successfully
dice Ángela, habla
integrated it
interesante. Sí,
into
está
the
interesante el tema, ¿no?
Cardano
Aunque
in order
bueno,
to
también es que es un
improve the
poquito
feasibility
técnico, hay
of
muchas
our
de las
solution.
conferencias que hay
This
que es un poco
prototype was
técnico,
built in
porque hay
Fastly
muchas cosas que no
and it
entendemos
has
todos,
been
¿no? Yo, por ejemplo,
extensively
algunas partes
tested
técnicas
through a
acá de los
technique
temas de
that is called
programación, cosas así,
property-based
que no
testing,
entiendo,
which is
pero está
ideal
súper interesante todo
for
esto que se viene
such complex
con
systems.
Cardano,
By
con
doing
todas
this
las
extensive
integraciones,
testing
con todo este
early on,
ecosistema de las
before
apps.
the integration,
Está,
we managed to reveal
está bien
all the
interesante.
important
Vamos a ver cómo
bugs,
esto se
and
repercute en el
so the
precio.
integration went quite
De hecho, déjame
smoothly.
fijarme acá a ver
Also, we have managed to deploy
cómo está
our
el precio de
prototype
Cardano, si
into a
se ha movido un
geographically
poquito.
distributed testnet,
De
and
hecho,
we have successfully
está
run
trending
many
Cardano en
end-to-end
CoinMarketCap.
update scenarios. Now, I will try to give you a bird's eye view,
Bueno,
let's say,
aquí tiene
of the
un...
mechanism
Los voy a
that we
mostrar.
have outlined up to now. Okay, the first phase
Vamos a
of
mostrarle
our
aquí un
protocol
momentito.
is called the ideation.
Déjenme mostrarles acá rápido el CoinMarketCap. Aquí está Cardano en 2.39, tiene un 6.99 de subida. Claro, también de aquí vemos la subida. Fíjense acá la subida que tuvo de 2.36. Acá esto se ha visto también por el tema del evento. Por aquí vimos la caída que tuvo, aquí tuvo de nuevo esta subida, aquí está en 2.39. Interesante, vamos a ver qué sigue pasando acá. Vamos a compartir de nuevo la parte de acá. Vamos a compartir de nuevo acá
The result is recorded in the ledger state. The next phase is the implementation phase, in which some team assumes the task of implementing and approving.
Bueno, este tema acá que están hablando es de...
Delegation can take place.
Ok, Decentralized Software Updates, es lo que están hablando acá. Es lo que están hablando un poco acá. Aquí esto es interesante de que, bueno, si hay alguien más que está participando ahí, aquí veo que hay algunos coleccionables que se pueden... A ver, voy a dejar de compartir el audio este momentico. Hay algunos coleccionables acá que se pueden obtener. Aquí he obtenido 3 de 7. Ok, no, un Technical Support. Este de acá que me muestra lo que está. Este aquí lo que me muestra dice. Es lo que está pasando. Aquí están los attendees. Las personas que están como tal participando de acá. Y aquí hay un chat. Ok. Pero sí me interesó esto, esta parte de acá de los coleccionables. Aunque bueno, va a ser como una rifa que van a hacer. Acá dice que puedes entrar, has coleccionado, dice, completa diferentes challenges, como mirar un video o a ganar para ganar un coleccionable único. Después del evento va a haber un premio, o sea, va a haber una rifa donde 1000 de cada uno de ellos va a ser minteado en Terra Virtual World. Estas ediciones limitadas van a ser entonces tuyas para que las mantengas en tu billetera digital. Los ganadores van a ser notificados vía email. O sea, hay que ver si ganas, ¿no? Entre todos los participantes. Vamos a compartir de nuevo el audio. Ahora vamos a ver. No sé, déjenme mostrar de nuevo acá los temas que hay para ver cuál les interesa. Que veamos un poco acá. Estos son los temas que hay. En el main stage vamos a ver qué está funcionando ahora. De 2.5 a 2.20 estaba building such technical operating system.
You can check our design specification.
Ok, después está a las 3:15, todavía falta. Evolucionando a la final. Ok, Legacy Finance con la tecnología blockchain. Después Live Wallets. Vamos a ver. En utilidad está
GitHub repo,
construyendo apps, dApps con Bluetooth. A ver, acá en la gobernanza. En la blockchain, ok, aquí está el impacto. El 3 y 15, Blockchain for Climate Environment and Social Impact. Ok, creo que por acá estaría interesante ver este. ¿Dónde estaba la utilidad que están dando? Vamos a entrar a este de aquí a ver. Creo que en ese es que estamos. Vamos a los temas de mañana, a ver qué temas hay mañana. Ok, bueno, mañana hay inteligencia artificial y robots. Y, ok, hablando del pasado, presente y futuro. Ok, eso va a estar todo de 11 a 11 y 20. Está súper cool esto. Vamos a ver cuál nos conectamos ahora para seguir transmitiendo aquí. Vamos a ver aquí qué hay. Son las 2:45. Este de 3 y 15 todavía no está. 3 y 15, 3 y 15. 2:40, 2:45, ahora se acabó este. Estos dos es lo mismo. No hay, creo que no hay mucho más ahora acá. Ok, este está ahora en break. Acá casi todos están en break, parece. Son las 2:46. Sí, ahora todo está en break. Ahora hay un break hasta las 3 y 15. Hay un break ahora acá hasta las 3 y 15. Hasta las 3 y 15 no hay más ningún tema abierto. 2:45, 2:40, así hasta las 3 y 10. Así que bueno, voy a dejarlo acá abierto hasta las 3 y 15. Ahí a las 3 y 15 vemos a ver qué otro tema hay para que pueda ir compartiendo. Acá déjenme saber de dónde están viéndolo, de dónde se conectan. Ok, y qué les ha parecido hasta ahora el Summit. Los voy a estar leyendo después en los comentarios. Pero bueno, lo voy a dejar puesto acá. Vamos a buscar algo acá que pueda dejarles puesto. Ok, ¿esto de acá qué es? Ok, esto es el perfil. Vamos a ir a la sesión principal. No, acá no deja unirse todavía. Todo está en break, ¿ok? Está en ese break, así que vamos a dejarle ese break a ver si... Ok, le voy a dar que sea algo de música acá puesto hasta que se dé el break, porque hasta las 3 y 15 no hay otra charla abierta, así que les voy a dejar acá un poco de música quizás para que podamos ver aquí. Le voy a dejar un poco de música puesta ahí porque creo que hasta las 3:15 no hay más nada acá abierto del Summit. No sé si se escuchará la música, déjame chequear por. Está este de evolucionando las finanzas y con la tecnología de blockchain. La otra en utilidad es DeFi Stack en Cardano. Ok, la otra en gobernanza, tesorería y gobernanza. Y estableciendo la inteligencia colaborativa. La número, otro es impacto. Blockchain for Climate, Environment and Social Impact. Sería interesante esto, ¿no? Ver este tema de la blockchain. Recuerden que esto es una de las cosas que más atacan, ¿no? Digamos, la finanza, lo normal. A blockchain es sobre el tema del impacto social y el impacto climático que tiene y demás. En adopción está cómo hacerle seguimiento. Ok. To trace wine shipped across continents. Bueno, esto no entiendo mucho qué será. Habría que ver. Eso es lo que hay. Y en esta de acá, creo que les voy a dejar acá, porque este está funcionando. Les voy a dejar acá puesto este de acá de community. Ok. Este de acá sí está funcionando. Que es sobre lo que, o sea, todos los proyectos que están y así. Este está en vivo. Este todo el tiempo van pasando videos, información. Así que este está interesante. Se lo voy a compartir este de acá. Les voy a dejar de compartir la música. Y vamos a ver este de aquí.
Congratulations, Cardano family, for a very smooth deployment with smart contracts on the mainnet.
Ok, un momentito, vamos a dejar de compartir acá, compartimos esta parte. Y vamos a compartir aquí el Summit de Cardano.
In my beliefs, for a better, secure, and equal world. I started to think, how can I support the project and help my community?
Ok, ahí les voy a compartir entonces esa parte, ¿no? Aquí van a estar hablando acerca de
wastewater and water purification background. We have already started with one, and we have delivered more than 11,000 liters of purified water for free.
Bueno, acá es un proyecto de purificación de agua y demás, lo que veo que están acá.
And by installing water purification machines, we are creating health benefits to thousands of people and starting the curiosity seed for the people that don't believe in crypto at all. Right now, we have only minted one block and updated all the servers needed for the user. If you want to help us build all the open source infrastructure with solar and carbon neutral, please delegate to our pool. Also, urge you to check the mission-driven polls in the Cardano community. Thank you for all the hard work and for the hope you are bringing to us all. The best is yet to come.
Max here from the Amsterdam node. I'm extremely excited to be coming at you digitally during the Cardano Summit of 2021. as well as physically, hopefully, because I'll be hosting the Amsterdam meetup version of the summit at the Volks Hotel. So cheers to everybody there. Hope there's some frosty cold beverages for everybody there. Let me introduce myself briefly and then talk to you about some of the projects that I'm working on together with the team. So I'm Max from Amsterdam. What first brought me to Cardano was actually Charles's whiteboard video, which we all know so well. You can see I'm working on my own whiteboard video here. And after that, actually, I always stuck with Cardano and listened to all the updates through the Cardano effect. Thanks, Rick and Philippe, for that. You guys always were my weekly travel companions to work. But yeah, you know, it was really Charles's breakdown of his vision and strategy for what Cardano could become that really drew me in. What resonated powerfully was the vision to bank the unbanked. I think many of us take for granted what it means to have financial freedom. And I saw it through my family firsthand that lives in Zimbabwe about what terrible macroeconomic decisions can do to your savings. And I still believe that, you know, these types of blockchain projects, and Cardano especially, has the right focus in mind in, helping bring actual value to people. Secondly was the strategy of the part of becoming an internet for blockchains. You know, I think that's where we will all be heading. Each blockchain will have its own unique value proposition or, capability. And the foresight there that Charles showed was really something that drew me into the project. And, you know, lastly, you know, if I look at Cardano now, having worked in the space also for multiple years now, I'd say, is really what people keep repeating is the community behind it. You know, the orchestrational power that Cardano has is something that is so incredibly unique and powerful. The governance systems that are built in are crucial if we want to solve today's most pressing challenges. You know, we can list the whole UN SDGs, and there will be many ways that you can organize groups of people across it on Cardano. I think the most pressing one is now climate change. And I believe that we have a huge chance here to show the world that together we can orchestrate something powerful. And I want to be part of that. That's why I'm choosing to spend time on Cardano. And then hopefully nudge it towards something good. You know, that is, of course, what we're all in it for at the end, right? Put more good in than we take out. I think that Cardano has it by the right end of the stick, and also the right carrots lined up to make sure that people's natural incentives work alongside doing something good. So then about our projects, you know, how are we hopeful in nudging towards the right way? I'm going to tell you about 3. The first is the stake pool. That's the Amsterdam node. You know, we have to build a track record and a basis of operations. The stake pool is a great way to do that. It keeps us at the forefront of both the data and the technology of Cardano. It is our basis of our operations, and we hope that people will support us by delegating. And in return, we will give early access, certain discounts, or even giveaways. And that is the way that we hope to set up ourselves in the long run, as well as, a DAO into the future. I don't want to talk about that yet because we still have to prove that, you know, the Amsterdam node can truly move towards a DAO-worthy operation. But good to know that we're running on 100% renewable energy, and that we are hosting the first and only relay in Zimbabwe on solar power, actually, because we have family installing solar panels in Harare. So World Mobile Token, give us a call if you guys need some connects in Harare. Secondly is a physical location that we're setting up in Amsterdam together with a famous artist that will bring together art, NFTs, and crypto. So follow us on Twitter, Amsterdam Node, to keep up to date with that. And the third, which I'm only going to mention briefly and then I have to close out, is a project that we're very excited about, is adatimestamp.com. Collect moments in time and stamp your messages until the end of chains.
Hello, Cardano community. This is Santiago from Apollo Stake Pool. We are an Argentinian stake pool with the mission of educating our society about crypto, fully focusing on Cardano. We donate 10% of our income into charity here or down in Argentina. Please feel free to reach us out. If you speak Spanish or English, please come to us. We have Instagram, Telegram, or webpage. Thank you and see you soon. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Andrew. I am the stake pool operator for Ad Astra Stake Pool, ticker Astra. In my free time, I like to make short educational videos about Cardano. I grew up in the South Pacific, and I believe that blockchain technology can help change the world for the better.
Hello, Cardano community. This is Sergio. Astronomy related stake pool. We really love astronomy, as you might know. We also love astrophotography. It's a really hard field to practice because it's amateur astronomy and amateur astrophotography around the world. So we think that Cardano NFTs with the arrival of the smart contracts is becoming a huge opportunity to this amateur community or even professional community to share, distribute, and mind their work and their pictures. In the blockchain has unique piece of art, piece of unique art. From Astropool, we are also software developers, engineers, system engineers, and specifically, we are working on a project for allowing all those people working around the world on astrophotography to upload their pictures in an application like a sky map, okay? So they can upload their photos, share it, and people to purchase it has NFTs. Like for example, panorama for astrophotography. We're working on it. It's very hard because we have our jobs. We are working in the nights. It's hard, but we are working on it. We have even our own token, the Astro Coins, but we are confident to achieve it. So that's all. Thank you for watching, and a huge salutation for all the community. See you.
Bueno, Oscar, aquí estaba viendo que no sé si está conectado todavía, pero comentaron un poco de Chainlink al principio. Al principio comentaron un poco de Chainlink. Ya hace una hora y media menos.
Hey everyone, it's Chris from Birchpool. My partner Bernie and I are delighted to be part of the Cardano ecosystem. We are an SPO based in North America, in Cleveland, Ohio, just outside of Cleveland actually. We spun up around March of 2021. And learned a lot from so many in the community. And this community is really what separates everybody, separates us from so many other projects. So we wanted to say hello to everyone and thank you very much. We are a mission-based pool, and we're donating a portion of our rewards to the Ocean Cleanup Project to clean up all the garbage out of the Great Pacific Ocean garbage patch. It's pretty terrible out there. So if anybody's ever looked at that, so that's where we're donating a portion of our pool rewards. We are a single pool operator and hope people take a look at Birch Pool, take a look at Ada for Oceans, which is our collaboration with Academia Brewing to create a Cardano-based beer and donate proceeds of that in the NFT sales to Ocean Cleanup again. So thanks, everybody, and we are delighted and really look forward to seeing what's coming up next. Thanks.
Hi, this is Conrad, operator of Blade, the sharpest pool on the block, broadcasting live from NYC, sometimes rainy, sometimes snowy, but always New York City. Blade is also a MinSwap Fair ISO partner, so by staking with Blade, you can also earn MinSwap tokens. Last but not least, I'm the founder of VIENDO, which we'll announce the details for it soon, but it's a community-oriented project. Much love. Thank you.
Hey, my name's Garrett Seymour, and I run the Norb Stake Pool, and I'm super excited to be able to put this video together for you for the Cardano Summit. And I haven't met everybody out there, but so far the Cardano community has been one of the most welcoming communities out there in the crypto space. And if I haven't met you yet, find me on Twitter, and we can definitely get to know one another. All right, I hope you enjoy the summit. Thanks.
Bueno, aquí está hablando un poco acerca de los de stake pools que dice Carpool Crypto.
Hi, and welcome to Carpool Crypto. My name is Fletcher. It is an honor to be here and have the opportunity to share a brief bit about Carpool. Carpool is a mission-driven stake pool, working to build resilient community members and small businesses through blockchain adoption.
Okay, bueno,
we are currently supporting three non-profit organizations. Let's take a cursory look at them here.
Y están apoyando a tres
We
organizaciones,
use
¿no?
professionally facilitated drum therapy
Están
to help
apoyando a esta
veterans or those
organización
impacted by war who suffer
Warrior
from
Beat.
PTSD, anxiety, depression,
Esa es una de las
substance use
organizaciones
and
que están
abuse,
apoyando.
and other mental and physical ailments. Motivational Parent works towards a brighter
Están apoyando
future
igual
for
a
parents and children.
motivational
They offer
parents.
classes, groups, and events
O sea,
that
es un
provide
pool que bueno, que
training
si pones
in the
tus
use of
hadas ahí también más
specialized
en el pool, también
communication
estás apoyando a
techniques
estas
and
organizaciones.
skills with a mission of making a difference in the home. Heart Space, a functional and integrative medical clinic providing low and no-cost care to individuals and families in need of access to care or who are experiencing medical crisis. The number one challenge facing any nonprofit organization is stable funding. After approaching each of these organizations and explaining the mission and vision of Cardano and Carpool, they accepted our invitation to create wallets and begin staking their received ADA donations with the aim of someday using the staking rewards as a significant and stable funding source. Donations come from stake pool operator earnings and are delivered with each epoch. We have some of our first live interactive fundraising events being planned right now. Details about the first event will be released within
Bueno, vamos a
a
hacer
few
un
weeks.
evento para
So
recaudación de
please,
fondos.
follow us on
Ellos
Twitter
van a
at
anunciar
Carpool
un poco más sobre
Crypto,
eso.
where you can find links to
Pueden
each
seguirlos
of our
en Twitter,
partners' websites
donde van a
or
encontrar
social
más
media accounts.
información, los del evento
We
y
are
demás.
Carpool. We are getting there together and picking up friends along the way.
Hello, everybody.
My name is Stefan. I'm the pool operator of CO2 Pool. And together with my son Elias, I run CO2 Pool since beginning of Shelly Mainnet last year. I'm an environmental engineer, and my son is Fridays for Future activist. So for both of us, it was very important to do something to fight against climate change. And because Cardano is a project who wants to change the world, we want to change blockchain technology to a climate neutral technology. That's what we are doing, and I hope you will support us.
Hello everybody, this is Lionel, the operator of the stake pool Degas. I'm saying hi from Singapore and I hope you're having fun at the summit wherever you are. I just wanted to say a big thank you and congratulations to all the Cardano community. I only started my journey with Cardano in February this year, but I've been amazed with the encounters that I've made so far and all I've been learning, and it's just amazing. Every day is a new day and exciting. Myself, I've been operating the stake pool, I think, since April now. Everything is going well. I've been chosen as a FISO partner with Minswap, which was incredible luck for my stake pool, and brought a lot of delegation, and trying to make good on this to my delegators. And then I'm trying to use the profits from the pool to support greenhouse gas reduction initiatives. So I've been donating to NGO already, and then looking forward to making more donations. Also, I'm looking forward to engaging more with the community and trying to bring in some NFT drops for the delegators. And you can see me very active on Twitter. So hopefully we get to exchange more and have fun.
Hi there, this is Doc from Doc Stake Pool. I am a nerdy, tech-savvy family physician with a love for all things Cardano. I run my own stake pool called Doc with a mission to fight against cancer. The ways that I do this is by donating 20% of my personal rewards to cancer research, as well as to help educate others through social media on the early signs and detection of cancer. If this is a cause that resonates with you, please take a look at our social media page at Twitter at Doc Stake Pool, or you can take a look on AdaPools under our ticker Doc. Thank you.
Hello, I am the stake pool operator of the Hippo pool. And yes, I'm a real human. We come from Belgium. Our pool mission is to donate 10% of the profit to environmental and social charity projects. And we also have a lot of rewards for you guys, so stick with the Hippo pool. Cheers.
Hi, my name's Danny. I'm the founder of ESG Pool. I'm coming to you from my farm here in the UK. Now, they do say never work with children or animals, but we're going to give it a go today. So ESG Pool was set up to support local, environmental and sustainable initiatives in a more meaningful way. And the clue was in the name, ESG. ESG stands for Environment, Social and Governance. And it's an acronym that sums up quite nicely how I wanted to run my business, sustainably. Businesses have environmental and social impacts, both good and bad. And the commitments and processes that it established can ensure that those impacts are either positive or negative. So how does this relate to Cardano? Cardano's foundation is in ESG. We have low energy proof of stake, smart contracts supporting education in Ethiopia, and partnerships with companies such as CoinFirm for anti-money laundering compliance. And these are to just name a few examples. So it provides a great foundation for people who want to do more with the money they've earned in a sustainable way. As for ESG Pool, we've chosen to start working locally. My fiance founded and runs a bat rehabilitation network in our county. She and I have self-funded the building of a large flight cage, for rehabilitating bats, as well as facilities to care for abandoned bat pups and injured bats. We did this from the farm here in the UK, which is part of Natural England's Countryside Stewardship Award. And we've installed an 11 kilowatt solar panel system. So what's our goals? Well, we're going to use 100% of our operator margin to donate to charitable causes. The first one of which is Wiltshire Bat Group's Stand Lynch Farm Bat House project in the south of the country. It's an important project for lesser and greater horseshoe bats. These are a species in decline, and so every penny towards this cause helps. This is why we've committed to donating 100% of our operator margin. So how can you help us?
Bueno, acá en todo esto lo que están comentando un poco es acerca de estos proyectos que también ayudan a diferentes organizaciones, diferentes causas, diferentes pools que hay, ¿no? Las personas, los que participan, parte de esas donaciones van a estas organizaciones, a estas comunidades. Es un poco sobre esto. Vamos a ver si ya son los 3 y... Ok, vamos a buscar otros temas que hay por acá.
Keeping our plants green, Cardano decentralized, our stake pool operating. So everyone have a great day.
Okay,
and let's make it better than it was yesterday. Cheers.
Vamos a buscar por acá otro que ya debe estar funcionando ya. Que es el... Ok, ya que hay varios que están funcionando.
Evaluate the way the world works. Are you going to take your chance? The only blockchain.
Vamos a entrar a este de acá.
Finance, Latin America, Eastern Europe, and emerging Asia thing on Wall Street, where people were still providing the seed capital for economies to emerge.
Vamos a entrarnos acá a este. Se colgó un poco. A ver.
Significant expertise was operational efficiency. So through much of my early career on Wall Street, efficient so that we could process large new innovations. Finance was becoming very big. It went from millions to billions to trillions very quickly. And most of that centered around the development of the PC. It's a very kind of simple...
Bueno, vamos a refrescar un poco a ver si carga mejor. Pero esta parte de acá lo que está hablando es acerca de con la evolución, ¿no? De las finanzas no regulares a lo que es las finanzas con y el desarrollo de la blockchain y demás. Vamos a ver que cargue mejor acá esto. Bueno, me sacó como completo, no sé por qué. Ah, me dice que tengo que quitar el adblocker. A ver. Ok, a ver si es por eso. Oh, este de acá. Vamos a darle a refrescar la página, quizás sea por eso que estaba cargando lento. Vamos a ver si era por eso que estaba cargando un poco lento acá. Ah, ya, sí era por eso mismo. Que estaba cargando un poco lento. Bueno, aquí hay un poco de personas que están viendo igual aquí la... Brandon. Ok, vamos a entrar. Vamos a entrar de nuevo acá para poder poner la presentación principal. Ya ahora por eso parece que tenía puesto el adblocker y no funcionaba bien con el adblocker. Ahora sí se puede ver a toda la gente que está acá. Está súper cool esta parte aquí de todo lo que tienen con la comunidad, ¿no? Vamos a entrar acá a ver. Vamos a entrarnos. Vamos a entrar en una nueva sesión.
That access, I think, is a game changer. It changes global wealth.
Ok, ahora sí vamos a entrar acá a la sección principal.
Infrastructure that was sustainable for a long period of time. And, you know, that's not what is always done today. We were looking.
Entonces me quito el sonido de fondo ahí del muñeco y la música de fondo, porque si no va a ser un poquito más.
Supported by
Esto se quedó caminando.
and technology. It was mind-blowing to me as someone
Voy
who
a quitar
has
el
always
sonido y la música de
operated
fondo.
for profit and, you know, had never been our goal.
Ok, ahora
If
sí.
that were our goal, it would be nothing near what it is today or have the potential.
Tell us about the evolution of Cardano.
So the concept is to create.
Bueno, aquí habla un poco acerca de,
ecosystem.
de Cardano.
And
El objetivo es crear un
the
ecosistema
Cardano community
económico
is what ends up owning that
y
ecosystem.
que, bueno, la comunidad de Cardano es la que,
There are a lot of
se
things that go
estaría
into
adueñada, ¿no?
building the
de eso.
capabilities of that ecosystem that are, some of them are technical, some of them are non-technical. I think in building the Cardano community, you know, looking at Input Output Global as the technology provider, the Cardano Foundation as the stewards of the Cardano community, and Emergo as the entity responsible for incubating adoption and development on the Cardano platform. When you bring all those things together and you think about how do you create liquidity in a cryptocurrency? You have to get it listed on exchanges. You have to create adoption by institutions as well as a large amount of retail investors. You have to create a global community so that you're not concentrated to one jurisdiction or another. I think that one of the great things about bringing so many diverse players, and I mean both community and both from the vendors that service the Cardano community, is that you're not getting one view. It's not one political view, it's not one economic view, it's a culmination of many different views. And I think that's the strength of the Cardano community. We never talked about IOG as a company. We talked about what we could achieve together using technology.
Bueno, quiero que les no que esto todo lo que como tal, el concepto de ellos es de que Cardano como tal no es una empresa, no es una compañía, sino que es toda la comunidad y el poder que ofrece a la comunidad y demás. Y que se basaron en darle acceso a algo descentralizado a la comunidad, a proveer soluciones. Ok, qué bueno, esto es interesante, ¿no? Como a través de este ecosistema de la blockchain pueden darle la posibilidad de acceso a aplicaciones o finanzas a lugares donde no tienen acceso. Dice que es interoperable porque
and I never wanted to use that budget to reinvent my systems. That's the last thing I want to do, because an investment bank is not a technology firm. They use technology to improve their margins. And if you're not using technology to improve your margin, you're wasting your money. So if you're going to get financial service industries to use the blockchain, you have to make it interoperable, meaning they don't have to reinvent their entire infrastructure. So I think that is
Claro, lo que dicen, ¿no?
critical
Que
because
si vas a hacer
there
eso, este
are
ecosistema tiene que ser
hundreds
interoperable,
of
no es que
billions of
tenga
dollars, if not trillions of dollars of
que se pueda
infrastructure that
interactuar con
exists,
diferentes
and that
diferentes
isn't going to
ecosistemas y
change
demás.
overnight. But the data is good data, and the
Pero
blockchain
que eso es un
can
proceso, ¿no? Que es
simply
paulatino.
process what data is fed. I've always said interoperability is also important because there doesn't have to be one blockchain that wins. You
Y él
know,
dice que bueno, que la
a
interoperabilidad
lot of these
es
blockchains
importante
do
porque no
very
tiene que haber
different
solo una
things,
blockchain que es la
and
que
a
gane,
lot
sino
of
que
the
puede haber varias
communities
interactuando
are in this blockchain
a la
or
misma
that
vez.
blockchain
Y
for
bueno,
their
todo
very
esto se ve un poco
specific
con lo de los
reasons,
side
but
chains
it
y demás
doesn't
que
mean
hablaron
that they
anteriormente.
can't transact with other blockchains. And I don't think there has to be one clear winner, certainly not on the infrastructure side. And to allow applications to go from blockchain to blockchain, I think is
Y
just
bueno,
healthy for the industry.
con esa opción de que puedan aplicaciones conectarse, ¿no?
When I
Entonces
think
esa
about Cardano and
multi-chain
Cardano's growth, I think
es
about
saludable
adoption.
para el
Right
ecosistema y
now,
para la
through
comunidad.
2021, we've laid a really great foundation for
Dice que durante el
Cardano.
2021 han llevado a cabo una gran
Cardano as a blockchain
empresa aparte.
is efficient, it's
Ajá,
cheap,
Cardano es una
it's
cadena de
robust.
bloque, es
There
barata,
are
es eficiente.
things that we've added to it, like Voltaire,
Y con las
the
cosas que han
voting
añadido como
system,
Voltaire,
Catalyst, a
con
system
Catalyst,
that will allow for applications to grow on
y ahora con esto
Cardano
de
and
los
for the Cardano
smart contracts,
ecosystem to do
el
more
ecosistema va a ir
and
creciendo
more,
más y que va a poder
and
tener
for the
más
Cardano
funcionalidades.
community to have that direct say in where it goes. I
Y
think
bueno, el
a
poder que
lot
tiene
of
la
the
comunidad de Cardano de
technical
votar, de
work
decidir, ¿no?
that is
Sobre
doing to
todos
make it
estos cambios.
interoperable and easy to move applications from one platform to another, make Cardano again more robust. I think the work that we're doing in Hydra to make it faster and cheaper, make it more robust. I think the concepts of a stable coin to make it create a stable currency on the platform.
También
Again,
que
will
bueno que
make
se
it
creen
more
las monedas
robust. So
estables en
I only see that we've
en lo
laid
que es el
a really
ecosistema.
good foundation, and now working with the community is how do we
Y
build
bueno,
that
lo que dicen es
nice,
que ellos se han basado en que han
beautiful,
tenido una
efficient
buena
house.
fundamentación, ¿no? Con
But the
todos los
house is
proyectos
not great
y
if
ahora
it consumes
con el apoyo de
too
la
much
comunidad
electricity or
pueden hacer
uses
mucho
too much
más,
petrol. And so
mucho más.
I think that building that with the conscious of it being incredibly efficient, power efficient,
Y
from
construyendo
an
todo esto,
economics
teniendo en cuenta lo que es
perspective, I think are the
el medio
important things that we
ambiente, el
need
uso de
to
energía,
continue to
todo
evolve
eso,
over the next 5 years.
eso lo que va a hacer es que se vaya creciendo, ¿no? Cada vez más y demás
It's a
el
business
ecosistema.
that isn't motivated
¿Cuál es el
by
valor real que
pure
tiene?
profit. It isn't that we don't make a profit.
Y
It's
bueno,
just
dice que sí,
not
que
the
ese
primary
dinero,
motivation.
pero no es la motivación
Doing
principal
good
que
for
tienen
the
ellos.
world, providing
Ellos, su motivación
finance
principal es
to
el
people
hacer
that
bien al
don't
mundo,
have
a
access to it, providing
proveer el
the
acceso a las
capability to a
finanzas a las personas
sovereign
que no tienen acceso a eso.
country that doesn't have that capability right now is some of the things that I think really motivates
Y algunas de las
Charles
cosas que,
Hoskinson.
y esto, o sea,
And
toda esta ayuda que
therefore,
dan
it gets pushed down to the
es la
rest of the
motivación que
company, and it
tienen
really
para trabajar.
motivates the rest of us. Imagine I spent 35 years in a career figuring out how to extract another penny out of a nickel, constantly looking to improve my margins. And now with IO Global, I have to figure out how to provide resources to get projects done without trying to pressure people to improve their margins. And as anybody in IO Global will tell you, that's it doesn't come natural for me. I always have that moment where I'm like, are you sure we really need to do this? And I wear that CFO hat, but at the end of the day, I wouldn't have come out of retirement to do something as a job. It's all about me providing resources so that we can accomplish what Charles Hoskinson's vision is.
Ok, bueno, vemos que este es el que tiene la plata, ¿no? Para hacer el funding de los proyectos y demás. Pero bueno, que es más bien una motivación, ¿no? Como tal, no lo veis como un negocio. O sea, hace dinero, pero no es el objetivo principal. O no es la motivación principal que tienen, lo que es la parte financiera, sino todo el impacto que tiene como tal el ecosistema de Cardano y demás. Vamos a ver qué más menciona un poco acá. Déjenme saber si ustedes pudieron registrarse como tal en el Summit, si pudieron registrarse, si, porque había estado mostrando anteriormente que hay una parte interesante de que van a hacer como una rifa de unos NFT. Y está interesante eso, ¿no? Déjenme saber si algunos de ustedes se pudieron registrar. Si se pudieron registrar, es interesante que puedan entrar y puedan hacer las tareas que piden ahí, de ver algunos videos y esas cosas para que puedan participar en la rifa, en esa rifa que están haciendo de los NFT. Vamos a ver qué más poner acá. Bueno, llevamos 3 horas acá en vivo. Han habido pocos conectados, pero bueno, lo importante es este contenido y después pueden verlo live si quieren. O sea, diferido. Vamos a ver hasta qué hora era este de acá. Había estado este evento. Estaba este keynote. Oh, ya, viene esto interesante. Este está interesante. Los NFTs y Cardano. A las 3:50. Hasta las 3:30 era este. Ok, ahora hay un gap de 5 minutos. Y viene a las 3:35. Light wallets, the path to accessibility for all. Vamos a ver este de acá. A ver este de acá, ¿qué están hablando? Vamos a entrar a este de acá. Estaba buscando una opción a ver si podía añadirle subtítulos automáticos acá en español, pero no encontré la opción. Aquí va los muñequitos. Aquí tengo opción de entrar al chat de voz. Está súper cool esta parte que hicieron ellos para el Summit.
To main right hand side, you have voters, you have experts.
Vamos a entrar acá.
Proposals on the top, some proposal get funded, some proposal get rejected. In Cardano, we are looking.
Bueno, aquí están hablando un poco acerca de lo que es la parte de los stakes, del dinero, la parte como repartición de dinero, todas esas cosas, ¿no? A ver, la parte 1 es la ronda de prioridad. Ok, todo está explicando un poco este tema acá.
So we want to reduce the amount of workload. For the first stage, we call it the priority round. We ask the voters to only pick a short list, a ranked short list. For example, on the right-hand side, you only pick 1, 2, 3. And then we will add those scores, or let's say we will at the end of the first round, we will make the K favorite projects, okay, or the top projects, and we will make a short list such that the fund requirement is larger than the until the fund requirement is smaller than the fund available, which means every project in the short list will be funded, and then we move to the next round. Okay, let me give you an example. Let's say at this stage we have a couple of votes, or we have a couple of projects. Okay, and the total amount of funds.
No, bueno, eso creo que no es no es tan interesante este tema. Vamos a buscar otro ahí.
The total amount of requirements is more than 30K. So we run the short list, and then you look at it. We cut off. We rank the projects according to.
Bueno, acá está hablando un poco acerca desde la. Ok, los avances de investigación relacionados a el sistema de, o sea, Treasury es como sistema de dinero, ¿no? Y la gobernanza para la era Voltaire de Cardano.
We
Todo el
will
tema de,
going
de
to
la
have
financiación de los
additional
proyectos que se
budgeting
lanzan, cómo sería,
for the
además así.
marketing, for the technology, for the research,
Pero vamos a
for
buscar
the
otro aquí a ver.
development.
Vamos a ver si nos dieron más, si
For
nos
the
dieron más collectibles, ¿no? Solo 3.
document,
Vamos a buscar otro acá.
have a short list. We ask each voter vote for yes, no, abstain on the short list. We call it the approval round. It's
A ver, eso acá que estaba hablando.
And the third level is they even have the ability to independently verify that this data that they see has actually not been manipulated thanks to the use of the Cardano public network.
Wow. So how does it work for the consumer? They scan the code and they're taken to a landing page and this information is presented?
Correct. So there's 2 layers here. So we have to distinguish between the verification of the code and the accessing of the product history. So to verify the code, you can use the ScanTrust app and you scan the code.
Bueno, esta parte acá es como otro caso de uso de la red de Cardano. Es lo que estaba hablando de, vamos a buscar el tema acá. El tema acá era del vino, ¿no? A ver, vamos a ver acá.
So important for the wine industry. Andrew, had there been issues with authentication of wine in the past?
Ok, aquí dice Trade and Tech Blockchain. Aprende cómo esta compañía tradicional, ok, de vino en Georgia está liderando el camino en el supply chain, la autenticación de productos y la metadata. O sea, están haciendo otra vez como es un caso de uso de lo que es la red de Cardano, la blockchain, para lo que es la cadena de suministro, ¿no? Que esto es otro de los usos que también puede tener la blockchain, para que puede verificarse lo que es el producto, que no haya falsificación en el proceso, todas esas cosas así que en la blockchain se puede también hacer. Y vamos a ver un poco sobre esto.
Actually, a fake bias wine popped up. I mean, just completely coincidentally, and we were able to get in front of that issue kind of before this product came out. But clearly, this is a big deal.
It's amazing to hear that it's already had such direct value to the brand. So I discovered today that over 3% of global trade is counterfeit. And clearly the track and trace solution has been very effective for buyers. Do you think it is robust and scalable enough to tackle fraud on a wide scale and bring authenticity to multiple industries?
So I can maybe jump in here from a technology point of view. So essentially there's 2 main building blocks to the solution. There's the usage of the Cardano network, and then there's the usage of the ScanTrust platform. And both are designed to scale. So one of the main benefits of the Cardano network is that it's very fast and it's scalable, much more scalable than other public networks. And the ScanTrust solution itself was designed to be able to cover millions or billions of products. So both technological components are by design developed to be able to support large-scale implementations.
So now that you have the concept, are there plans to roll this out further and provide these QR codes for more products and more businesses?
Definitely. I mean, on the one hand, the wine industry as such is a really big industry with a lot of potential to apply that. But also beyond that, if we look into the broader food and beverage and also cosmetics or even fashion industry, anything that has a brand and is exported globally, also on the industrial goods side, such as spare parts or even motor oil, have the potential to benefit from such a solution.
It's extremely exciting. Are there other aspects of Cardano's network which made it particularly apt for this kind of project? I know, as Ricardo said, it's high speed and it's cheap, but I'm particularly intrigued to know whether or not it's how highly organized Cardano is as a blockchain that allowed it to form a partnership with a company like ScanTrust.
So one of the reasons why we were interested in forming a partnership with ScanTrust was to actually test how useful Cardano is for supply chain tracking. And what we kind of determined is first doing an industry review of trade tech solutions and how blockchains have traditionally been used. So while the main value has usually been with a blockchain, you have a very secure record of the supply chain data. So we've captured it, we've wrote it down, and now it's publicly available for everyone to see that on April 1st, this is the data of the supply chain. But you said a very key word, which is robust. And we look about how do we continuously add value with using Cardano, which is set up as a 3rd generation blockchain. So we know we have a lot more advanced functionality. And the main functionality that we have is the fact of how much data we can cheaply store within one transaction. So one of the things that we did quite differently here was we wanted to bring a lot more information that people can easily understand to go with this supply chain data record. And there are basically 4 components here. One is having a built-in digital ID feature. So digital identity. Who is involved in this transaction? Normally, blockchains are great for transparency, but they're very bad for showing the names of people or authenticity or attribution information. So with digital identity, we're able to confirm that this information is collected by ScanTrust, and this information is viewed by BuyAsOne. So that's a good point for one, because when we have them actually sign the data and include a digital signature in the transaction itself, it is showing that this has been authenticated by themselves. So what if you wanted to fake a transaction on a blockchain and take a fake QR code and put it on another wine bottle? So having those digital signatures is an element that is very difficult to fake. The other thing that we wanted to do was we wanted to change the value from having a secure record for having that be the use of a blockchain to becoming a digital audit platform. So with Cardano, what we're able to do is to have anyone verify that data is still accurate. So we created this thing known as an open data policy. So the data is actually being stored on BuyAsOne's website, and people are able to basically replicate this data and see that data is still the same today, which will be September 25th and the 26th when this segment airs. So from April 1st to the end of September, nobody has changed this data. And that's important for overall time management, because when you think about supply chain information, counterfeit goods is not the only problems that companies face. Another problem to face is, do you trust the data that's given to you by the company? So by doing that, we no longer have to rely on the honesty of ScanTrust. We no longer have to rely on the honesty of BuyAsOne. If they try to change their information for either purpose, we already have this verified record of information, which if you were to change it, everyone would know that there was this change and that there was some problem.
Wow, so it's quite a shift in the way that centralized companies are able to distribute their data.
Absolutely. And data distribution, I think, is a key value of what blockchains are really used for. A lot of people think that a blockchain is just a database, but that's actually not true, because if you're just storing data on a blockchain, it could become very costly. But what you really want to do is have that ability to share information of data and have a verification that this data is authentic. And secondly, the fact that with Cardano, when we're making this metadata record, usually metadata is just data about data. And it's just in text file only. So if you're putting information out as a text file, if you're looking to do any sort of automated verification systems, like let's take that data hash and let's replicate the supply chain data that's on the blockchain, or let's check that digital signature. It becomes very complicated at scale to do those manual replication processes. But on Cardano, because we use a standard known as JSON, that's a global industry standard for how you can share data and have it we have machine-to-machine communication, so these processes can be automated and be visible to a consumer at ease. So that is another groundbreaking innovation that Cardano has been able to provide for the supply chain track and trace industry.
So in establishing these new industry standards, what exactly were Cardano trying to hit and achieve and ensure would carry forward and be replicated in future projects?
I would say that at first that wasn't really our intention. Our intention was to show the best that Cardano can be. And it was only by working with Bias Wine and working with ScanTrust, where ScanTrust is a provider of supply chain traceability tools, that we were able to gain these insights and really understand, real problems that do exist within the industry. And from this whole process is what kind of enabled us to know that this is the next step. And it's not alone with just ScanTrust. So as we participate in other trade organizations like that's established by World Economic Forum, we kind of see where everyone else is generally for the use of blockchains. And they're still considering mainly the ability to just have a secure record and nothing else, because you didn't have the capability of doing more. So our next step for this is kind of normalizing blockchain infrastructure and making it just an extension of a value chain and providing the overall viewpoint of supply chain activity. And with the fact that you can do this at very low cost means that it is accessible for millions of companies at any size.
I'd like to step in real quick because I really think that Cardano and ScanTrust kind of knocked this project out of the park. This was, I think, a fantastic project, not only in demonstrating the value of metadata, but also in how ScanTrust can utilize blockchain to secure data slightly differently. But this project also was a great fit for Bias Wine in that it allowed a female-led winery to experiment with some very, very new, actually completely cutting-edge technology. Never before, of course, has metadata been used as part of the track and trace program. There aren't any other programs like this that are happening in Georgia, and this, because of the popularity of Cardano and the popularity of ScanTrust, clients were actually calling Bias Winery and asking where they can get the wine, how they can participate. Through this project, we've opened up additional markets. Bias is a company that sells internationally, but they're not a global company. And so we've been able to open up different country markets around the world as a result of this project. But also, the wine business is extremely convoluted. The international wine trade business is very difficult. It's filled with tons of paperwork and rules and regulations, and many people will walk into, not all, but many people walk into a wine shop and kind of look at a bottle and not really be sure, and they'll look at the price and they'll maybe ask a friend or try to look it up online. And this product allows the consumer to very quickly connect with the producer in a way that really the entire industry is trying to prevent. So this is being able to crack open the door on this industry, even by a little bit, shows that this innovation can happen and be very successful, but it also shows that ScanTrust and Cardano working together can really maybe start to peel away some of these bureaucratic layers of what it takes to produce wine, and then of course to authenticate that entire process. It's really an incredible product.
Do you think that long term it's going to shift the way that wineries produce and distribute their wine?
I can speak on behalf of some Georgian wineries that absolutely yes. I think Ricardo might have better insight on, more international companies, but this has been a huge success for Baya's Wine, and especially during COVID, when there's been a lot less trade fairs and opportunities for people to go and meet the producers individually, one on one. Now they're able to use their smartphone and just kind of have a connect. They can see some videos and pictures, and they really, through the map they can see exactly where the wine was made. Um, yes, I think that over time, especially, any company is one fraudulent hiccup away from needing this product. And so, yeah, I think that wineries around the world are faced with a lot of difficult choices and situations with bad actors, and a product like this really kind of eliminates that. So, yeah, I definitely see this as the future of not just in winemaking, but production and consumption in general.
Yeah, I think Andrew nailed the description. So we as a technology provider saw a huge trend with COVID of a boost in contactless communication. So brands don't really have the chance to meet their consumers anymore directly at the point of sale or at fairs or at special events. So they're looking for alternative ways to get in touch with them if they order products online, for example. And a QR code on a product is one of the greatest ways to do that, because you can target the consumer at the moment when he or she holds the product in his or her hand. So we have seen a big uptake of QR codes on products thanks to COVID and thanks to the boost of contactless communication. And so I would second that this doesn't only hold up for the Georgian wine industry, but generally to the beverage and also the food and broader consumer goods space globally.
Yeah, as Andrew mentioned, scanning the QR code brings up all those photos and the stories of not just how the wine was made, but the exact dates that the grapes were
Esta parte de acá está
harvested,
bien
when they were
interesante, ¿no?
crushed,
Porque,
when they
bueno,
were
es
fermented,
un
when they
caso
were
de uso de
bottled.
la
And it
blockchain
really struck me
para la
that
cadena de
food,
suministro, y esto es
in
uno de los
particular,
usos que
is
se
an
puede
area where
dar.
consumers
Las
really
personas, a través de
understand,
escaneando el código
really want to
QR
understand
o
if the
viendo la
products are
información,
good
pueden
and
entrar
organic and how
a la
they've been made.
transacción
So
desde el momento
it
quizás de
really
que se
struck
creó
me
el
that it
vino
creates a sense of
al
intimacy
momento
from the
que
consumer of the product,
que llegó al
very much in
supermercado. Todo ese
demand.
proceso se puede verificar y ahí
But
pueden ver
I'm
paso
intrigued,
el
Ricardo.
hash, ¿no?
This
Y
is
todas
such
esas
a
cosas
stunning
así.
example of
Y
how blockchain can be
va a
fused with
tener
other
más confiabilidad.
technologies.
Así que está
Do
interesante
you
esto.
see
Vamos a ver si
more
más compañías se suman
collaborations with blockchain
a eso, ¿no?
happening in your industry? And how do you see the balance and the partnership between centralized data in companies such as your own and then decentralized data in blockchains such as Cardano?
Sure. So we work very deeply in the supply chain industry, and blockchain space these days. It comes up in many conversations all the time. So I think for any provider in that industry, it's really important to position yourself and to develop partnerships with blockchain companies in order to be able to offer combined solutions. And I think that's something that we already realized in 2017, like already 4 or even 5 years ago, and started actively moving into that space and building these partnerships. And with regards to the question of how to position centralized services with decentralized services, I think for any supply chain solution, there will always be bits and pieces that will be centralized, whether it's a certification company that checks that certain events have happened and then pushes it to a blockchain. or whether it's like an authentication service that allows you to verify via image recognition that a QR code is real. So there will always be these parts, but the benefit that blockchain provides is that there is a common source of data that is verified and immutable that connects all these different parts together. So these small centralized components are essentially tools that you append to the blockchain to increase its value and its usability.
The other thing I'd like to add on that point is that, you know, the blockchain is a lot like the internet or like a highway in that it is somewhat considered like a public good. So all of these supply chain companies that are looking to have more advanced traceability solutions or transparency solutions, they could go one route by trying to build all these applications themselves in-house, or they're able to cooperate on a global platform such as Cardano that reduces that cost of entry. And the more innovations that get thought about, or the more tools that gets developed to make it easier to deploy a blockchain solution, that becomes beneficial for everyone involved. And I think that's kind of one of the real keys here about why we're talking about innovations of supply chain tracking when using a blockchain, because it is an open source technology that is open for everyone to contribute to.
Wow. So beyond supply chains, where do you see this kind of technology being directly impactful?
For myself, I would again like to highlight, how we have brought in a digital identity solution. And if you gave that to everyone in the supply chain space, that would be great. But where do you need data to be verified? Data can be verified for all types of documentation, any type of multimedia file. So, we're looking at, the space for NFTs. Wherever you want to have an additional layer of authenticity, being provided is where it's great to have a secure record of data. I mean, if you think about it in general, if you think about business disruption cost during a transaction event. So buying a bottle of wine is a transaction. And what we're really showing here is proving that this wine is authentic. And that is eliminating a concern from a buyer. If that concern still existed, then they'd probably put that bottle down. So there's a lot of industries where this type of having additional layers of trust is kind of like a built-in insurance policy. And where that's the exciting part for me, because just for a very small additional cost to that transaction, a blockchain powered secure but verifiable record will ensure that you don't have these type of disruptions, which if you do would normally cost you a lot more than say 50 cents US dollars or 0.2 ADA.
Yeah, and to pick up on that, maybe I think Jeremy made two good points for two interesting use cases for which the technology that we have jointly developed can actually be applied almost one-to-one. The first one is document security. So a document works very similar like a good in a supply chain. It has a life cycle, it gets generated, and it needs to be verified that it's authentic. So we see a trend in the market that blockchain combined with a secure code like ours is used for that, where you first digitally generate a document, certificate, for example. That certificate then gets anchored in a blockchain with a timestamp on when it was generated. And then once it's printed, you apply a secure code on it to also protect the physical layer. So at any moment in time, you can actually verify its authenticity, and you can also check when the document
Bueno, acá
was
esto,
generated.
sí,
and
esto que
make
están
sure
comentando un
that
poco sobre todas
it's
estas ventajas,
authentic.
¿no? Que tiene el uso de
And
la
the other
blockchain,
emerging use
no
case
solo
that we
para
see
la
that
cadena
Jeremy
de
also mentioned
suministro, que verifica que el vino es
NFTs.
real, que demás así,
So
sino para
we
todo.
see
Hay
an
cosas
increasing
que necesite,
trend that NFTs
una,
are also used
un paso más
for
de
physical
verificación,
goods.
algo
For example, a sneaker
que
that
te
has
demuestre
an
que es algo
NFT
real.
that is a piece of digital art,
Esto los blockchain
or
lo
a
provee
bottle
y
of
es interesante que
premium
se implemente,
cognac
¿no?
or
A través de la red
alcohol
de
that
Cardano
has a
con
corresponding
los
NFT
fees
that you
bajos
can
que va a
trade
tener
on
y
a
demás.
secondary market.
Así que esto es
And
súper
there it's also
interesante.
critical to combine these two things of having physical security that is authenticatable and digital security via an immutable NFT that lives in a blockchain.
I'd like to add, though, also that it's not just track and trace for this technology, even now with Bias. We've positioned the wines at different stores globally, such as in England and I think in Canada, Germany, in which the wine bar or the wine shop owners are aware of these stickers. But there's not like a neon sign pointing at the sticker saying, "Hey, scan me." And so we're hearing stories of people that are kind of discovering this on their own, which is kind of magical in a way. And then once they, click, scan it and click on the website, and it pops up, and like it's a whole another world almost of this bottle right in front of them. These bottles are numbered, right? So there's a limit to them. People that maybe don't know about Cardano or about Scantrust will experience learning about both of those companies, and it's a real. It's not a gimmick in any way, but it's market magic in a way, where people can just really kind of discover something, and then we're seeing that people are scanning the bottles more than once. Of course, they want to show their friends, "Hey, look at this! It's incredible! Here's the story of this." And if they happen to take the bottle to a different location, each scan shows them an updated record. The video that we're going to be presenting at Cardano is going to be appended to that record, so that after the summit, when you scan this code near the bottom of that page, will be a link showing this entire video where people can see it again and experience it. So it's a dynamic record. That's a beautiful way to interact with the customer, and that's not something to be overlooked at all.
Well, that's certainly an incredibly stirring image of the consumer discovering this entire world to the wine that they never knew about. And thank you so much to all of you for explaining the intricacies of why this technology is so valuable and how the Cardano blockchain can continue to facilitate consumers and users around the world.
Thank you, Katie, so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
You are very welcome. Thank you.
Ok, vamos a buscar acá otro tema porque este acá se terminó. Vamos a verlo con el keynote principal. Son las 4. Esto de acá.
Error-prone styles of research and development that viably secure blockchain protocol, as well as extremely high standards of quality. Facebook, we do not move fast contracts. Cardano's transaction processing is deterministic, so a user can predict its impact and outcome and costs before the actual execution. IO has created a programming language for writing smart contracts called Plutus. This is based on Haskell. Plutus is a functional language, which means that on the contract level, dApp developers will be able to formally verify their code. That's a huge advantage. Cardano has been designed for support user-defined tokens natively as well. That is to say, without the need of custom code. Native tokens remove the layers of expansive complexity and inherent inefficiency found in other blockchains. Native tokens are first-class tokens on the Cardano blockchain, treated just like ADA. This strategy opens the door to a world of possibilities. For example, thanks to Cardano's multi-asset ledger, you can now create, issue, and transfer NFTs or any other asset in Cardano without the need of smart contracts, saving a considerable amount of time and money in fees. It also adds the possibility of transferring different tokens or even a combination of fungible and non-fungible tokens in the same transaction and storing them together in the same address, making transactions easier and more affordable. Metadata is also a handy way of certification and validation. It allows cryptocurrency assets to hold historical ownership, transfer, and value details. While earlier blockchains supported very low data, 40 to 80 bytes of metadata, Cardano's transaction size are currently around 16 kilobytes. This allows for more context data to be added on a transaction and expands the market for use cases such as supply chains. One of the salient characteristics of Cardano is its decentralized governance. Project Catalyst, which is the first stage of the Voltaire era on the Cardano roadmap, created us to allow best-in-class chain governance, treasury funding, and community innovation. Project Catalyst today funds enables hundreds of experiments a year. The treasury currently holds 600 million ADA, which at current price is almost $1.4 billion. And by the end of the year, we'll be holding close to $2 billion. We are the world's largest decentralized collaborative platform, which is an incredible achievement. Effective governance is vital to Cardano because it gives the power to shape the blockchain for its users. Now let's talk about the other layers. Let's talk about that enable solutions and services. Moving to layer 2, we have built solutions and services on top of the foundation. These bring in users and act as tools to enhance the core functionalities of Cardano. The Atala Suite is the first of these. Atala Prism alone is bringing millions of users into the Cardano ecosystem by giving them digital and economic identities. These identities have been used initially to verify educational credentials, but imagine the world of possibilities for these students as they enter the world of international business with a verifiable ID and credentials. An employer in New York, for example, will know with 100% certainty that a graduate from Ethiopia is both who he says he is and that he has the qualifications that they claim that they have. To further improve Cardano scalability, we have Hydra. Hydra is the culmination of extensive research and a decisive step in enabling decentralized networks to securely scale to global requirements. As a first-class state channel protocol, Hydra will vastly increase the number of simultaneous transactions that Cardano can support, while ensuring transaction fees are close to zero for the end user. This is incredible, groundbreaking technology that once it's built will open up a massive market of opportunities. There are many more components in the layer 2, such as functional wallets like Daedalus, Yoroi, and the Light Wallet, as well as the Cardano Explorer and sidechains. The use of sidechains means we can build countless solutions and services for our clients, and where there is a limit, there's a solution in the roadmap to break it. And this list of components keeps growing as our ecosystem of strategic partners expands. Now let's talk about the builders. Already there are over 160 partners in the Cardano ecosystem who are bringing value and enhancing the platform's capabilities. These include oracles, payment systems, incubators, programming languages, wallets, and research and education institutions, just to name a few. This ecosystem continues to grow for the benefit of everyone wanting to make good use of Cardano. All right, now let's look at some of the numbers that tell us about the incredible growth and adoption of the network. So Ouroboros, the proof of stake protocol, is the #1 proof of stake protocol in our industry. It has almost 3,000 stake pools operating in a fully decentralized network. It is the most highly cited proof of stake scheme in the blockchain space with over 100+ research papers. And there are 28 IO staff have entries in Google Scholar, more than the rest of the top 10 cryptocurrencies combined. Also, based on this solid foundation, these layer 2 solutions that power the Cardano ecosystem, ADA is currently the #3 cryptocurrency by market cap, which is an incredible accomplishment. And if we look at the overall list of assets in the world, it's the #200 asset in the world. Just to give some context here, at almost a $90 billion market cap, the Cardano ecosystem is bigger than Audi or BP. That's just astonishing. Just shows the power of systems of this type. Atala Prism is also the #1 sovereign and digital identity solution with millions of users in Africa that are being onboarded. And as you will see with many of the announcements that will be coming from the enterprise space and from governments, we do have a line of sight to hundreds of millions of users within a 2 to 3 year time frame. And we have a line of sight to get to 1 billion users over a bit of a longer time frame. Other stats, as I mentioned, we have over 160 partners. Native tokens, there have been 17,000 assets already minted on Cardano. There are 30,000 daily transactions and 100,000 people participating in Cardano DevOps channels. Catalyst, as I mentioned, is the #1 governance solution with 6.8 million in total distributed among 158 projects to date, 30,000 voters, 800 proposers, and a treasury that's going to approach almost $2 billion in a short time frame. Now, what does that mean from a commercial standpoint? So I run the commercial department within IOG. Given these capabilities and the opportunities in our pipeline, we've almost doubled our team in the past year, and we are 42 people in hiring. We have over 400 commercial opportunities in different stages of engagement, and have a list of at least 100 that we're currently engaged in, and we're looking to expand from there. We are going to build an ecosystem of certified partners to share the leads and expand the menu of options for our customers to give the best experience for all enterprises and governments and small businesses and so forth wanting to work with our products on Cardano. We are set to expand our automated tools for service delivery to provide more efficient solutions to customers, which will help tremendously. Years of effort by our researchers and ecosystem have created a perfect island from the ground up, where what you build works the first time. Not only that, Cardano aims to provide the best experience for issuing assets and the best experience for developing smart contracts. We have a path to bring millions of developers in the ocean into the Cardano ecosystem with a unique and beautiful experience, and we have the toolkit to build innovative solutions. We and IO's commercial team are going to use this toolkit to give first-in-class solutions to our customers. We will continue to seek out new market needs and demand to expand our services, joining the amazing Cardano community in building this new global system. With all of the above, IO's commercial department has seen an 100x year-on-year growth in terms of value provided to clients. You will be hearing about our latest nation-state level initiatives, as well as the first large-scale enterprises entering the ecosystem that made this possible. We have just paved part of the path and proven that this is possible. This is also possible for anyone who wishes to enter the ecosystem. Now that the full power of Cardano has come to bear, the next phase of growth and adoption will be done through consortia, alliances to the benefit of all, and now with smart contracts, the future is truly exponential. Thank you all very much, and looking forward to our future collaboration.
National bank. This plan for the first national digital bank for a government that is attempting to say, you know, we want to change the way the financial system is working, and ultimately we're going to have citizens own shares in that bank. We want to transform the way banking is done, because we too, as a government, have been left behind. We have been trying to bring in new industries to, you know, essentially transform the way that our economies operate, you know, moving away from tourism and financial services, but ultimately have not been able to get banking because, you know, we want to bring in fintech, we want to bring in these other things. Ultimately, that needs to change. But the last thing that impedes my day-to-day is lack of efficiency. It's absolutely
bureaucracy.
Crazy.
Yes.
I was on a call on Friday, Dr. M, with the head of a regional organization, and he said, in his words, this organization is a graveyard of action. And it was just absolutely
I love that
point.
metaphor. Yes, I'll use it. I will steal it.
Yes.
Graveyard.
It's people are not responsive. The civil servants, it's like they're not, they should be responsible for their inaction. We should be holding the people in government responsible for not moving forward. And then the last tiny thing I have to say as well, and Dr. M, you will have also experienced this, Barak and Manmeet, I'm sure you experienced this as well, is that sometimes, and I'm involved in a lot of RFP processes, the people to whom you are pitching don't understand what you're talking about. They don't have the experts in the room because they're just some, you know, government officials. And so
I call them
increasingly,
hand wavers.
Right. So what you have is governments selecting providers that are not right for the people, that are not right for the future of their nations because they don't understand the content. And I'm not expecting a government official sitting, in an office to understand that. But what I do expect from governments is to bring in the right people. Bring in the people who have the knowledge because they're sitting somewhere in your country and they can definitely come in to assist to make sure that we're selecting the technology that will actually help us into
Absolutely,
the future.
Alexia.
Not technologies that are going to hold us
I
back.
have to say there that, Manmeet's project is meeting exactly that need. And I think what we need there is not only to leave it on the government to decide who the right people are, but also to educate with the people in order to be able to elect the right people. I think that is also crucial. So a few points which you mentioned there, and I could call this, yes, the ideal island on which we all would find refuge with a better government. But since I've been working with Barak on his project in the Marshall Islands, many of the issues which you mentioned with climate change, with, an island nation is facing, and this poverty and the government is facing so many challenges internationally without corresponding banking relationship and so on. So Barak, maybe you want to speak more to that. So I think that's part of your drive as well. And then I will move to Manmeet also to tell us a few things about the educational aspect.
The state of affairs is that the current system is so convoluted, potentially intentionally so, that it's very hard to innovate within it. It's just not built for innovation, the government space, I would say, in a way.